Welcome back to OtakuDaiKun. We're going to be playing some more Fate Extra CCC. We just finished up Jineko's little chapter, and we're going to proceed onward. I'm pretty sure we're going straight into Meltryllis. We'll see how that goes. So happy the stream is on a Friday. Yeah! Indeed. Indeed. So we were right before the door. So we're gonna go straight on in. Woo! I'm so excited. Grand Blue Fantasy Relink is almost here. I've been waiting for this game for ages. Continue. Do you think Bloody Mary would make a great berserker? Yeah, I think that's reasonable. I don't know enough about her, but I think it would be really cool. This is, without a doubt, the Labyrinth's terminal from before. Following Leo and the others' plan, we made it before BB appended to the Labyrinth. She's lost her sentinel. Now's our chance. We won't give her the chance to call reinforcements. We'll stop BB here, and return to the near side of the moon, the regular Holy Grail War. Saber doesn't hesitate to sprint towards BB and slash her. The moment she was in attack range, the moment she was directly in front of BB. You forgot that there's... Oh shit. Forgot all about you. Hope you're doing well today. Do you plan to stream Grand Blue Relink? No, I do not, because one, I don't expect to have many viewers watching it. If it's anything like my Xenoblade streams, that wound up, I think, kind of hurting more than helping my channel. And the voiced lines are super quiet, huh? Okay, I will... Okay, well, the voiced lines are quiet, but I think that's almost because the sound effect is so obnoxiously loud. When I get a chance to go into the options, I'll change it. No, for a game like Relink, maybe I'll make some kind of coverage of the game after I've beaten it, but I really want to enjoy it on my big screen TV in 4K. Archer! That's right, BB still had his servant left. This is bad. If we spend too much time here, the Labyrinth is going to end up being extended again. You can hear me just fine though, right, for now? Wall of fire. A firewall, literally. Isn't this Karna? Oh no, forgot all about you too, Leo. You hear about the localizer sabotaging Japanese industry? Yeah, I mean, we already knew it was happening. It's just so crazy to hear it right from the horse's mouth. You know what I mean? Um, Basically, yeah, localizers work in conjunction with Japanese developers in certain cases to make sure nothing is offensive, and so they tone it down for both the Japanese release and the Western one. Yes, I'm loving making the waifu files. I'm trying to rack in more views because I don't know, they're not doing so well upon release, but the shorts is going to be my attempt to try and innovate, I guess, and try and drag more viewers into the main videos. Leo, Gawain. I guess that wall of flame came from one of their skills. BB is completely encircled. The flames may even be blocking her teleportation, as she can't escape. What's really cool is that I'm getting the chance to review the upcoming Konosuba visual novel. I got to play that, and I've got a review coming out as soon as the embargo lifts. It's very cool. I think you guys will like it. I'm probably not going to do husbando files. I could spend an entire lifetime covering just waifu and still not get it all done. I mean, that's an optimistic way of thinking of it, Memester. I'm not entirely convinced that Japan will actually do much against them. It's one of those best case scenarios that the Japanese localizers realize that fans in the West don't like this crap. You know, Japanese publishers. And actually take a stand against that. So that when English speakers come and they say, oh, this girl's skirt is too short, or this cleavage is there's too much cleavage, or something like that, that the Japanese would just be like, screw you. Because, yeah, they're like, oh, they're getting more receptive to our opinion. You know, they used to not budge on this kind of stuff, but we're getting them to. And I'm like, well, that's the problem. Stop doing that. I can guarantee you whatever was in the previous Yakuza games, or Like a Dragon games or whatever, none of it should be considered not okay today. Screw that. Screw that to hell. Well, yes, AI is a good step. What you could try to do is, once Japan realizes they can put out their games without the need for intensive localization, certain people, it'll create at least one more avenue to realize, hey, you don't have to go through these middlemen at all. But I don't think that's the end of the war. It's just like a slight win. I went to see the Gurren Lagann movies in theaters recently, because they recently put them back out. And it was kind of cool because, at least for the first film, they had an interview with some of the film director and stuff like that. And he was saying, you know, we pretty much only made this show for the Japanese. We didn't consider foreign reception at all when we made it. We just wanted to make something we would enjoy. And I'm like, yeah, you don't realize that you doing that is what makes the work that good. It's why the West loves it so much, is because you didn't try to cater to us, or to that kind of Western person anyway. And I just wish more and more directors would continue to come out and say that stuff. Be like, you know what? We sell our stuff in America because we know there are fans of our works there, but we don't try to make stuff for the Americans or for any given country beyond Japan. So, like, we want what you were gonna make. We don't want what frickin' Karen here thought was going to be offensive in your version through her perception, like her filter. It's like, no, we don't want that.
助けなさい、ハーちゃん。いや、そりゃ無理だわ。その壁は聖剣じゃねえと壊せねえよ。悪いが3分間しのいでくれ、ビビ。
Dimitri Monroe, I don't know if you guys watch him, but he put out a really cool video. More or less saying the same kind of stuff that I've been saying over and over again, but they also do a very eloquent job explaining it. I know, the Japan Times thing is exactly what we're talking about. That's where all these comments came to light. Yeah, Dimitri's mentioned ESG, but I also like how they brought up an old school... They brought up Metal Gear Solid, and how the localizer for that game claims to have been responsible for a lot of the game's sales. Like, my changes made that game so much better, at least in the West or whatever. And then went over those changes only to realize, no, these changes were stupid. Metal Gear Solid sold because Metal Gear Solid is dope. Like, it was bound to succeed. If anything, you sabotaged it a little bit, and it just wasn't enough to stop it. Okay, so our whole plan was to defeat Jinako as a sentinel and go straight to BB before she could add more layers to the Sakura Labyrinth. BB thought she had everything under control, but that's when Leo and Gawain finally make their move. This flame wall is a result of Gawain and one of his skills. People are saying that, but I think they're just wishful thinking. Believe me, I'm thinking wishfully as well, I'm just not holding my breath. So not much has happened that you've missed, Angelus, basically. They should Michael Jackson into FGO. Yeah, his noble phantasm could be turning into a robot. I watched Moonwalker again after so many years. That is so bizarre. I watched an anime recently that was on Netflix. It's called Good Night World. And it was kind of entertaining as I was watching it. I was definitely pulled in emotionally, but then after I finished the show and actually started thinking about it a little bit, I realized how exceptionally stupid it is and how much better it could have been. So I don't really recommend that show. I'm just noting it because it was fascinating to me. Perhaps in resignation, BB stretches both her arms out, beckoning Gawain. There isn't a single reservation in Leo's composed expression. The final battle to decide our escape begins. No, it ain't. Do I actually get to play as him? Nah, it's just gonna be a cutscene, I think. Dorohedoro is the one with, like, the lizard man, right? Working with the muscular chick and fighting the other muscular chick. It's definitely fascinating, but I have a hard time, like, really liking those girls. They're, like, on the too muscular side. Well, I know the guy's got a lizard head. But he works with the blonde. No, but have you played Michael Jackson's Moonwalker or seen the movie? He literally turns into a robot that, like, fires lasers and missiles and shit. And then a spaceship. I can't say I know what the future holds, but you gotta always support the things that you love, and, BB is cheating. Oh. Oh. Uh-oh. Cheater! Damn. Captain EO? No, I've not heard of that. The battle ended with BB's triumph. This can't be. I thought AI weren't capable of making moves against masters. Was that George Lucas? I had no idea. Was it really? Oh no, your Captain EO thing. Never mind. Yeah, I've never heard of that. Do whatever you want. He's not my servant. Get out of here! No food for you, BB. Gawain disappears. It looked like he teleported, but that was no teleportation. Those engulfed in black noise are unable to teleport. What he just did was likely returning his servant to their original place, by severing the contract with them. With the payment of never being able to meet Leo again, Gawain was spared from BB's clutches. Hello, Dawson. I know the song, Another Part of Me. Yeah. The black noise thickens and is eating away at Leo's body. That's going to end up killing Leo. But what am I supposed to just abandon Leo? I am Miss Otaku.
がとう。充実した活動でした。
I don't want to be Seito 会長。
生徒会長はあなたにお任せしますね。
You're right, it is kind of. Where is dai-chan? Well, I named them Dai-Otaku with the nickname dai-chan, and the different characters in the game refer to me differently, depending on, I guess, their relationship. You know, he's being more formal. My outstretched hand, once again, doesn't reach. My friend and greatest rival in the Holy Grail War told me to take the torch, then fell into the sea.
予選、私が発生する前ですか。今の直令でガウェインさんは私が月の表側に現れる前に契約を破棄されていたことになった。
Yeah, he's always formal.
結果論として、
But other people call me dai-chan.
出会えず、私は彼を取り込めない。取り込めない以上、さっきまでここにいたガウェインさんは表側に戻ることになる。大したものです。そんな発想で私の手から逃れるなんて。やっぱりレオさんは特別でしたね。でもそれも消えました。これで月の裏側にいるサーバントは2体だけ。聖杯戦争に参加せずずっと隠れていたジナコさんは私の見落とし。
Well, Karn is not dead.
先輩のサーバントはものすごい執念で自分から世界の壁を突破。
Minako drama? I have not been following it, unfortunately. I don't quite understand what's going on.
まあ、その際にいろいろと欠損したり、私から初期化のプレゼントを受けてもらったわけですけど、ほんと信じられません。
I haven't watched any of their streams, so I wouldn't know. What do you mean your view boobs? Could you clarify your view boobs? That's not grammatically sound. Your ability to see boobs? And when you say cake, you're talking about ass. Well, that sucks. Infidelity is bullshit.
レオさんならともかく低レベルマスターが私と向かい合ったらそれだけで蒸発しちゃいます。ため息をついただけで殺しちゃうとか、私怖くて戦闘なんてできません。
Between those two, I'd say chest.
これが今の私と先輩の現実です。
I can appreciate both. I can't breathe. Everything got sealed in an instant. My hands, my feet. I can't even shift my line of sight. The only thing that works are these thoughts. Of course, you all know I'm a belly guy. Wow. Hello, BB. What a camera angle.
ですね。ここまで一度も見逃されていると思わなかったんですか？センチネルとかエゴとか外野に任せていたのはただの暇つぶしです。
Was it though, BB?
だって私が出たら楽しいゲームにならないでしょ？
Heat courses through my entire body. Simply by not being able to move, the pain of discomfort covers every nook and tip of my body. The Moon Cell, the Spiritron supercomputer that ingests all of the world's information. This AI, seeking to take it over, had this much power. Deep within BB swells a titanic ego. An encroaching black mud that reverses even the fundamental structure of cyberspace.
そう、これが私のスキル。ドミナコロナムの力。ムーンセルを介して全てを掌握する力です。
Yeah, but what are the crowns? Individually.
これで分かってくれたでしょ？この世界も先輩たちもとっくに私のおもちゃなんだって。ふざけおって。
It is really frustrating that we need somebody like Asmongold talking about these issues for other people to even get invested. Because, like, I generally agree with a lot of his takes. Not all of them, but he's not entirely informed well on the whole matter of localization drama and the anime and stuff like that. Do you plan on producing any more installments of your Celebrating Anime Artists series? You know, I completely forgot about that. The one I made didn't necessarily get a lot of views. I don't know. Can Arcoade get pregnant? Somebody was talking about that in my Discord. I don't know. I would assume she can. The question is, can she get pregnant with someone who is not also a true ancestor like her? Or were they even born in a conventional sense? When's the next waifu files? Should be Tuesday. I got Gurren Lagann waifu files coming out then. To celebrate the Gurren Lagann films returning to theaters. It looks like it's taking everything for Saber to support herself. BB hasn't readied for battle, and yet there's this pressure. It must be the power of that unknown skill she used to beat Leo. Just by standing in front of BB, now serious, most of my strength is getting sucked away. However, while that may be the case, it doesn't mean I can give up. That president who smiled as he asked the impossible of me told me I would take the torch. And what's more is that I'm not the only one fighting. My allies in the student council room should be working out a way to flip this situation around as we speak.
あれ？まだ逆らう気力とかあるんですか？すっごい。やっぱり人間の痩せ我慢ってとんでもないですよね。いえ。
And then after that, I've got a waifu files for Kill la Kill / Promare. I might take a break and do a waifu files of Konosuba to commemorate the game, as well as the they're getting a season 3 of the anime. Is it really that easy to anger fans just to have different ships? No, Promare and Kill la Kill are not set in the same universe, but they are both very similar works of Studio Trigger, and I did them together to, because Promare doesn't have a lot of waifu. It wouldn't make for a very dynamic video by itself, so I combined them two together to give more substance. Blue Archive? I'll watch that. I'm hoping I like that more than Arknights, because Arknights has some sexy designs, but they don't really seem to showcase in the show itself. Attack on Taifu. Attack on Taifu. Attack on Waifu. Attack on Waifu. That sounds like another show. That would be funny to watch. What? What happened? After Reen's noticeably loud scream, the student council room signal ceases. I want to hurry and re-establish the signal, but my freedom to do that has even been taken away. Right, he's the traitor. Fucking Julius. But we already knew that. I mean, if they already hadn't complained about it. Is Peak the one that does the cart titan? What the? Julius killed them all? He was betraying us from the beginning? The cart titan looks so freaking weird. Empty? This state of being unable to think anything. To renounce thinking? Yeah, then it's true. Right now, I'm empty. Why would Discotech be the company to do that? Lately, they've been putting out old anime on Blu-ray. Like old retro stuff, which I love. What kind of art does Dish make? Interesting. This is an interesting piece of translation. I heard her say tatemai, which is a very Japanese concept that's a little difficult, I guess, to localize. It's generally the idea of Japanese people not being true to themselves, in the sense that they don't want to cause a scene or cause a stir. So they stay quiet about things. They don't want to make a confrontation. Yep, outside face. So it's the presentation you put on for other people to make society run more smoothly, essentially. And as a result, a lot of people will ignore things that they might find abhorrent or avoid doing what they really want out of consideration for others. She calls it courtesy, which isn't wrong per se. I would never say that that's a bad localization there. It's just one of those things that's fascinating. If you happen to know the Japanese, you're like, ah, I get it. Kind of like when you hear the word chunibyo, and they translate it as, like, delusion. And you're not wrong, but it's a bit more specific. A bit more culturally sound. See, no one's gonna complain about translations like that. That's fine. A Sword Art Online waifu files would be pretty big. I'd have to make a decision right off the bat as to whether I'd want to do just the anime-only characters, or to include ones from the video games, because they add a lot of chicks to the video games that are exclusive there. A world where people just behave in line with their desires, one without order or affection. A dog-eat-dog world, billions of times more harmful than the Holy Grail War. The memories are feigned, but even the deaths of the masters resolved to fight to the end were painful for me. So I can only imagine how heartrending the undignified deaths of people swallowed by a vortex of desires would feel like.
私の作ろうとしている世界がどれだけ素晴らしいかまだわからないんですか？じゃあ具体的にどうなるか教えてあげます。
I guess if you were to remove your tatemai for everybody in the world, it might seem sort of anarchic, chaotic, where everyone's just being selfish. Within the scene that BB projects, people are disappearing one by one. The masters within the building disappear, and the building also gets engulfed in further corrosion. Okay, so waifu files of Black Lagoon would have Revi, obviously, that maid chick. It would have the, would it be Revi's boss or whatever? The chick with the big scar across her face? Off the top of my head, I can't think of anyone else. BB teleported them away to a world free of troubles. I can't tell how that differs from death. And moreover, BB's power goes through the moon cell and reaches the Earth. A waterfall of black mud spills from the surface of the moon. People across all classes accessing the network instantly stop in their tracks. Physically, they're still sound. However, their minds have already been swallowed through the net by BB's fabricated world without courtesy. They immediately stop moving and forgo their physical lives. I see before me a train conductor stops moving. An accident occurs. Air traffic controllers stop moving, and countless planes collide. Factory workers stop moving, and toxic fumes break out. The few people who lose consciousness via the net cause societies across the globe to collapse one after the other. Traffic signals freeze. Tanker trucks slam into buildings. Oh, Shenhua? Yeah, I don't remember as well. It's been a little while since I've watched Black Lagoon. So that makes it 4 waifu I can think of. That would still be a rather short video. I was going to combine Cyberpunk Edge Runners with some various other Cyberpunk anime, do like a Cyberpunk themed waifu files. Mainly as an excuse to go back to some old school OVAs. Yeah, I know of a site that matches this one well. I know the single word to express this. The name of this hell, crafted by the hand of man. That there is a man-made hell.
分かってくれましたか、先輩?
BB grins widely at me. A chill zips up my spine. That girl has lost it. Finally, from the bottom of my heart, I realize it. BB is an AI created by the moon cell to serve humans. Regardless of how rogue she's gone, her fundamental thoughts haven't pivoted from acting for humans. She understands this hell to be a utopia. She truly believes that this calamity is for humans. How terrifying. I wonder if this is what happens when a computer with a malfunctioning moral standard dominates the world. See, the idea of a world without tatemai makes a lot more sense, though, than a world without courtesy, if you understand what tatemai is. Because it's still something that seems like a good thing for humans, to be open with themselves and show their true selves and embrace their true desires. But here they're saying that it's also really bad. Because it's our ability to some extent, mediate our desires and compromise that allows us to work as a society. A world that will affirm one's desires without restriction is, in a way, something people dream about. But that dream must never come to be. It's a friction which must never be realized. Your question? That's not a question, that's a statement, but okay. Like I said, I am not an expert on Black Lagoon. It's been a while, so maybe there is enough to substantiate a full video. And they don't necessarily have to be long videos either. Even, for example, here on the surface of this moon, so far away from the Earth.
そうですか。結局分かってくれないんだ。もう見逃し期間サービスは終了です。この空間ごと虚数空間の底に落ちてください。
Yeah, a world without restraint would better convey that meaning in this particular context. This service where I leave you for a time ends here. Please sink to the depths of the imaginary number space, along with this space.
もちろんそれだけじゃお仕置きには
Oh wait, she already said that in Japanese. Damn it! I'm so used to just reading the lines that are on screen.
具体的に言うと消滅ですね。汚らわしいので私のメモリには変換しません。
Saber.
先輩を守る？
Of course, a world without Tatemai isn't necessarily a world in which people's brains are suddenly hijacked and they start crashing planes and shit. That's a little specific to CCC. I guess mostly because she's trying to drag everyone into the moon cell as opposed to the real world. Which is a problem in and of itself, really. For all those who don't want to live in the moon cell.
だって表側に戻ってもその人だけは最後まで。何？
I wonder what she's referring to. I'm positive BB just said, won't be saved, didn't she?
何でもありません。それじゃ負け犬、いえ負け主さんたちはパッパって追い払っちゃいますね。
What did you do to my Umu, you bitch?
サーバントは片付きました。次はもう誰の番か分かってますよね。
Where the hell are you going? Oh, right, we're in a box. We're in a box floating to the bottom of the sea.
はーい、海の底に沈んでいけ。
I mean, no one beats Revi. It's just not possible, in my opinion.
もう会うことはありませんから、せいぜい余生をお大事に。
I sense a slow descent. The one freedom afforded to me, my thoughts, also seem to be enveloped by a thin haze. This is the end. Ultimately, I wasn't able to rise out of the descent. Saber, Leo, Rin, Ronnie, and Sakura. I'm sorry. Dai Otaku has no strength left to fight. It's not like you're giving me a choice as a player. But this happening? Okay. This time it's certain. Beyond this fall are the empty depths of hell. The sea above my head hasn't a single ray of light. Sure, let's save. I can like goth girls. It depends on what type of goth girl, I guess. Chapter Bad End. I'm not a big maid person, though.
ここにあるのは深い安寧。覚めない夢こそ至上のゆりかご。理性と本能。
How many chapters are in this game? I don't know. I know we still have to go through Meltryllis' section. And I don't think we're fighting the Heavens Whole on this playthrough. I think you have to do that on a New Game Plus. No, it's not a bad end, they just call it that. Subjectiveness, sound asleep. Objectiveness, up and active. Thus, before awakening, I'll sort out your or my memories. Verify my name, Dai-Otaku. No problems there. Verify the situation. This is a war, a battlefield on the moon. The Spiritron supercomputer, which has recorded all information since before mankind's creation. The Moon Cell. This is the stage of the Holy Grail War, where control of the Moon Cell is fought over. The prize for this war is the chance to have any wish granted. The vanquished receive death, the victor, glory. The modern-day wizard doesn't wield ancient, dust-bound magic, but instead utilizes cyber hacking. The participants are called masters, and each of them are bestowed with a servant. The pair contend in the war to come out on top. For the death of the servant equates to the death of the Magus. Dai-Otaku is also a master who joined that battle. Alongside her servant, she overcame every master and proceeded to the ocean depths of Seraph. Oh, I love tomboys, hell yeah. However, unforeseen, 69 days glitch attacked in the far side of the moon along dry storage. Wake up! Due to the censorship within this memory sector, it cannot be sorted. Fuck you, censorship. Re-verify my situation. Dai-Otaku was taken and held within the far side of the moon. She lost her memories, and her relationship with her servant returned to its initial state. After finishing her exploration, she successfully recovered her memories. On the 12th floor of the Sakura Labyrinth, she made contact with BB! Her future beyond that point is unknown. The above mentioned is Dai-Otaku's present situation. The problem is, Dai-Otaku, having recovered her memories, found she had no objective, unlike other masters. During the Nearside's Holy Grail War, Dai-Otaku had forgotten her memory of who she was before joining the Holy Grail War. I guess when the preliminaries shifted to the main battles, some trouble went down, and you sustained some trauma to your memory. Is what RT said. Someone you and I came to know during the Holy Grail War. Who am I? For what purpose did I seek the Holy Grail? Dai-Otaku has lost those definite reasons for existing. While having a vague self-definition, I was always fighting. Unless you or I fought, your or my life would be forfeit. But if not fighting didn't mean certain death. If you and I could keep existing without understanding, sure enough, maybe this means you and I have some reason to fight. It is kind of a rudimentary summary, yes. I mean, it skips a lot, but that's more or less what's been happening. Within the crowd, or rather within these recollections, it feels like I heard a woman whispering. It's as if I was watching a fragmented dream. My body, it feels heavy. My vision is dark and terribly blurry. Where am I? Did you miss anything? Kind of, yes. So we just finished, in the previous episode, we finished doing Jinako's section. We got rid of her as a sentinel, and then ran straight up to BB to try and confront her before she can add more layers to the Sakura Labyrinth. Long story short, BB kicked Gawain's ass, and we find out that Leo's brother, Julius, was a traitor who attacked everybody else, and now BB has us sealed in a box drifting to the end of the imaginary number C. I heard Pokemon is taking action against Palworld, specifically a mod that made all the pals and the characters look like Pokemon. Am I watching Gushing Over Magical Girls? I'm not. I'm not entirely not interested, it's just I haven't watched it yet. I tried to make a sound, but no voice comes out. My throat feels weighed down. My joints are sluggish. No matter how much force I put in, I can't stand up. Wait, could this be... Have I become physically incapable of standing on two legs? All around me, as far as my eyes can see, is darkness. The ground, which feels soft to the touch like fabric, stretches out forever. Maybe this is velvet? I don't see BB or Saber. Actually, there aren't any signs of any living things being here. Maybe this is the ocean of the far side of the moon. An imaginary number space which has no exit. Just sitting here and thinking won't get me anywhere. Maybe I can't stand up, but I can move forward. It's pathetic to be crawling on all fours, but for now, I'll explore the area. Yahoo! Look at that! Camera angle of the gods! I like it, it's so cute, we get to crawl. This isn't even like a crawl that seems like someone's desperate and can't move. It's just like a cute crawl for no good reason. With a loud thump, thump, thump. Also, a game company is going up against Palworld. Didn't hear about that. What for? Oh, no matter where I go, the landscape never changes. It's merely an expanse of darkness and velvet. Even minuscule sounds aren't made. It's the perfect silence. Bro, did you hear your own footsteps? Unable to bear it, I try shouting, "Is anyone there?" But no sound comes from my throat. Could it be? This might not even be an imaginary number space. It may be the world after death. It could be that there's no one here but me, that there's nothing other than this landscape. After that presumption pops into my head, my heart starts to pang with anxiety. Paired with the discomfort of being unable to stand, an unpleasant sweat breaks out. Eternights? Yeah, that game looked like crap to me. I was really excited, but then I found out that you can only play as the main character, who is about as generic as it gets. Just your typical, like, student in a white shirt and pants. Like, dude, no. There's a cool fire-using chick, but you can only command her in battle. You don't actually play as her, and that made me sad. Well, I say footsteps, but I'm not sure what's making that noise then. I guess her knee steps? I wonder if this is one type of that. Actually, I prefer that it is. Torture is driven by someone's intent. If the torture is being done for some objective, then as long as that objective is met, the person will be freed. You hear Genshin Impact is getting destroyed? What do you mean by that, Dawson? Destroyed? But, are you saying they're going to shut it down? But what if this were being done for no reason? What if this world is always this way? I would have no choice but to keep wandering around here for the rest of my life. Huh? Or, Let's do, I scream out of fear, but my voice doesn't come out. Despondency and drowsiness rapidly assail me. One part of me thinks that this isn't the time to be feeling sorry for myself. Another part of me gives up, figuring there's nothing I can do here. Well, you're saying they're losing a lot of players, but that doesn't mean they've decided to shut down the game yet. What if this is all there is to this world? I can't help but feel the right option is to do nothing. Just fall asleep. I mean, it's weird, though, because Genshin Impact, they're driving traffic away from their own game with more of their own games. With Honkai Star Rail and Zenless Zone Zero. It's one of those weird things about live service games that doesn't make any sense. I have no interest in Star Rail, though. But even if there's nothing here, even if I can't stand, my body still moves freely. Though it figures as soon as I start playing Genshin Impact again is when people are like, no one else is playing Genshin. So I'm clearly the outlier there. See, this isn't true pure silence. It's a thumpity thud in a creek.
何まだ生きてるのみっともない負けが確定したんだから
How dare you tell me that, Reen? How dare you say that to me?
無駄でしょ
That was a hallucination. I lifted my head because I heard someone's voice, but there's nothing in this space. There isn't even the sound of an echo.
無駄よ無駄だったのよ全部無駄だったの
Muda muda!
だから諦めて眠っちゃえば理解できません速やかな眠りを期待します
Because if you take a nap, you'll never wake up from it.
でも一人は怖いっす怖いくらいなら毛布にくるまって現実逃避するっすお前たちもう寝なさい
諦めましょう。僕らには何もできない。僕らはとっくに成功の時期を逃していた。あとは速やかな自己解決のみです。
My character's just slowly gliding to the right.
お前もう終わってるってわからないのレベル上げたって手詰まりだってライフ切ってスリープしたら
I ran to the extra end of the boundary, but now I see a light. There's a light at the end of the tunnel. Don't go to the light. You think Nikkei is better than Honkai? Oh yeah, so do I. Nikkei is phenomenal. As far as gacha games can be. Of course, I wish it weren't a gacha game. What will I find in the light? Nothing. Oh wait, nope, there's something here. Just how far have I gone, I wonder? There's no sense of time or distance here. Yeah, there is. It feels like I've crawled for an entire day. It also feels like I've crawled for nearly an entire year already, too. Those hallucinations. Whoever they were from have long since ceased. It's unclear whether I'm alive or dead. Ow, shut up, baby. I can hear a voice. It's no hallucination. It's practically a wave reverberating through this space. But whose voice was this again? It's been years since even my own voice has been able to come out. What even was a voice? What shape did humans have anyway? I can't even picture it very well.
驚きですちょっと覗いてみたらまだ動いていたんですねおとなしく眠っていればよかったのに自分から目を覚ますなんて人間は無駄ばっかりなんですねわざわざ苦しんだり悲しんだりそんなに痛いのが好きなんですか
It's a voice, probably the voice of a girl I've heard before. It's a soft voice, as if she's whispering, yet the echo booms. There's a strong pressure in my head. It's as if the space itself is speaking to me. My head isn't working very well. Is this a light of promise? If a voice is there, then that means there's an owner of it somewhere. My head may feel funny, but I know that there's no such hope to be had. There's no exit, no matter where I go. This is an imaginary number space, under her control. Simply struggling, simply defying her is fruitless. I should do what everyone else is telling me to do and fall asleep already. No! No! We're gonna crawl! Joke's on you, BB. I like hearing your cute little laugh. You psycho.
どこに行こうと言うんですか 出口なんてどこにもないってまだわからないんですか？あなたたちには何もないんです。脱出の可能性も生存の可能性も。だってそんなにも弱いんですから。
I always find BB just extremely annoying. Scorn, toying, mockery, disparagement. Her voice directly imparts negative emotions on me. Not even a single change presents itself, let alone anything that looks like an exit. That's right, we lost, completely defeated. Even by doing this, our probability of winning is 0. Meh. Muda muda. Muda 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 muda. Muda 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 muda. Tsukihime remake English that's coming. Was a Tsukihime fan before Fate, yeah. I'm curious to see how the translation for it is. I'm not a big fan of Sakura faces in general. Like a moth to a flame. There's no hope. No one's coming to help me. Like whoever that was, like whoever that was said. I should just sit here and fall asleep. No. I do like how the camera's zooming out so many times. It's kind of cool. I'm a big fan of video games that have pre-rendered camera angles. Or on-rails camera. Because it's more cinematic that way. Uma would be like, damn, nice view. This is shameful, embarrassing. I'm really a sore loser. Mm-hmm. Even I'm well aware of it. To be honest, I want to give up already. I want to rest now. I want you to stop making me go somewhere. I want you to realize that this is enough, that it's meaningless. No, we're gonna keep going. Hopefully those are the last 2 lights. Yep, Garden of Sinners waifu files. That'd be cool. I've accepted it completely. This really is a world with nothing in it. Let's stop moving forward. The voice is right. If I just go to sleep, I'll be freed. I don't have to make a choice. I don't have to see how this all ends. One more light left. Here we go. Hello. Well, BB likes toying with us, but when we defy her, she gets pissed off. That's basically the idea. I would like to think I know a decent amount of Fate. I mean, I played a shit ton of it. I'm at my limit. I can't even see myself. But it's not particularly a big deal. This is impossible. I can't see the end. But it's not an especially unusual thing. See, I don't see how that crawl is any more efficient than just standing up and walking. It's probably even more difficult, more exerting.
止まりなさい。止まってください。止まれ。止まれ。止まれ。もうほとんど見えないじゃないですか。吹けば飛ぶぐらいの大きさじゃないですか。
That's right, BB. Blow me. Halloween waifu file Sigurashi. That's not a bad idea to do a horror-themed anime for that.
もう戦う力も残っていないのに。
No, that's wrong. Even I had the wrong idea. Before I was dropped into the space, I stupidly gave this apology. I'm sorry. Otaku has no more strength left to fight with. I look like a fool. Such hubris was my downfall all along. No more strength left to fight? Seriously? That's natural. After all, I never had the strength to fight from the very beginning. What I had left within me up until now is thanks to the help from my many allies. Me winning and advancing through rounds was because I had the support of my servant. It's true, I have no such strength to fight. All that I've been able to do was move forward. That I stubbornly protected. That has been my pride. That's why. While I can move forward, while my body still moves, the one thing I don't want to do is stop myself. Well, I don't have that many memories to steal, just from the first game.
There's something coming for my butt? Oh mein Gott! Ah!
Hello, an enemy program, when I don't have Saber with me. And just how huge is this thing? If I get caught by that thing, it's over. I'll be forced to sleep, and my memories are going to be erased this time for sure. Leiji Matsumoto? I'm not familiar with that one. But there's no way I can escape this thing. Is this going to be an end with me getting trampled?
いや、間に合った。相変わらず見事な悪あがきだ。
What is Julius not a bad guy anymore? I mean, anyone who's watched my CCC lore already knows what's about to happen here, but still.
一体何のつもりですか。いや、それ以前にどうやってこの BB スペシャル犬空間に。
決まっている。今お前が送り込んだプログラムをビーコンにしてだ。ここは何もない空間。中の様子を覗けるのは創造者であるお前だけであり、だがたった今そこに確かな物体が発生した。対象 A があればそれを基準に座標を測れる。簡潔に言えば、根負けしたお前の浅はかな一手が起死回生の隙になった。
Hello. Julius, what the hell is this door? And hey, didn't you betray the student council?
裏切っていたとも BB よな。あの女、用意周到さだけならレオを忍ぶ。本気で使えなければ信用されん。遠坂、ラニは生きている。本気で打ち込んだが死んではいない。 今頃は桜に看病されているだろう。まあジナコを BB に差し出した件はいいのができた。
Valentine's Day waifu files like Toradora or Rent a Girlfriend. Not a bad idea. Oh, Space Battleship Yamato. Space Kyra. Oh, right. The guy who makes those, like, very long faces. They're, like, vertical faces. They're very interesting. Very interesting style, for sure.
あの女だけは予想外だったからな。対処法が考えつかず BB の命令に従うしかなかったんだ。
裏切っていたですって。量子空間の狭間で消える寸前だったあなたを拾ったのは私です。ゴースト化していたあなたを助けてあげたのに、その恩をあだで返すんですか？
そうだとも。亡霊を使うとはそういうことだ。俺には初めからこの無念を晴らすことしか頭にない。
あなたは5回戦で先輩に負けて敗退したはずです。
6回戦の直前で止まっているお前には知り得ないことだ。どうということはないんだ。単に2度も死ぬ羽目になったその中に入る。出口ではないがお前が寄るべき場所につながっている。迅速に突破し遠坂たちと合流しろ。 BB はまだ完全ではない。奴を倒せる可能性は残っている。 BB は月の裏側の全領域を支配、いやすでに同化している。
What thing from last Encore? Are you talking about the Hakuno with, like, the masked face or whatever? The, like, edgy boy one?
ムーンセル中枢のセキュリティは強固だ。あれは聖杯戦争の勝者。
I think that's supposed to be something else than the ghost he's referring to.
そのため BB はアリーナに偽装して桜迷宮を作っていた。アリーナならば正規の道として中枢に接続されるからな。それが中枢に至る唯一の経路となる。迷宮はお前たちが踏破せずとも深くなっていた。迷宮は月を貫通させるためのものだから。
そこまでよ。シェイクシフター。
Like a boss! Or is he just gonna take it? Oh, he's just gonna take it.
話はこれだけだ。急げ。
I can't let Julius's sacrifice be in vain. If what he said is true, then there's still a chance to defeat BB. And we can't sit idle. But there's one thing I don't get. I stop in my tracks. I really do know nothing. Julius, if BB is right, then why would he go this far to save me, when Dai-Otaku stole his life in the Holy Grail War?
それは愚問だな。友人を助けることにそう理由はいらないだろう。
Friends? Julius and I? But we don't have any friends, despite us being enemies in the Holy Grail War, and me almost getting killed countless times.
そうだ。知らなかったか。お前は俺の唯一の友人。
You and me and you.
何もなかった。
So happy together.
それをたとえお前がまだ覚えていなくとも。
School days would make a good Halloween waifu files. That's true. But I would have to include, like, girls from the entire franchise to make up for it, not just the main two.
行け。
Ike, Ike!
いいか。恋愛は一人でには壊れない。壊れたというのならそこには必ず外からの干渉があったはずだ。俺ではたどり着けなかったがお前なら救えるはずだ。暴け、そして見極めろ。あの愚かな AI がなぜ。
Julius! He's getting further away. The man who packed a ton of emotions into calling me friend is disappearing into thin air. My vision, which had become accustomed to darkness, becomes enveloped in a dazzling white.
Oh my.
This is where Julius and I have our farewell. Here in the far east side of the moon, I part with the man who cared for Dai-otaku until the very end. Well, I was never playing near reincarnation, so I guess that doesn't faze me much. Yep, pretty much, Matthew. Can't wait for the Kill la Kill waifu files, yes. You already told me that. We're back. After finishing the teleportation, I found myself in a blue space. It looks like the bottom of a deep ocean, but I'm not suffocating as much as before, nor do I sense any danger. Now I can stand properly. The joints in my knees and elbows don't hurt. I was forced to crawl on all fours, but my body seems fine now. I mean, he is right, it's convoluted as hell. And it is a mess. For the time being, I'll go see what's up ahead. Things are indeed secluded to their own respective timelines, because it's a multiverse. Julius led me here for a reason. There has to be something essential for me here. Maybe something like an anime OVA or something to fill that gap in would be cool. The Extella Zero or whatever. You changed into your old stuff. That's Saber. This is great. She's alive and well. Hey. Saber? She's acting really strange. I'll calm myself down and start the conversation again.
知らぬ。初めて聞く名前だ。敵ではないようだが、マスター？貴様がか？待て！あまり笑わせるな。腹が痛い。
Catch you later, Kengo.
いや、すまぬ。
Have a wonderful weekend.
壺に入ったというやつだな。その方、なかなかの弁士と見た。世は確かに英霊としてあり、契約を待つ身である。しかし、世はまだ誰とも契約をしていない。いや、契約に値するものを見つけられぬし、出会えてもいないのだ。
Saber's words bring my thoughts to a full stop. This shock is different from what happened in the previous space. What waifu you can name from and on the top of your head for Higurashi waifu files? I mean, there's, you know... My brain's kind of fried right now thinking of Fate stuff, but we got... You know, there's Rena, there's... Fuck, I can't remember their names. The twins, obviously. Satoko. The little one, gosh. Rika? Yes, Rika. Maybe the teacher that's based off Ciel. There is the harlot who was swindling Rena's dad. She's kind of hot. Evil mastermind blonde chick. And if you really want to stretch it out, like maybe the twins' mom. She doesn't remember contracting with Dai Otaku. How she accepted me as a master. The battles we've been in, none of it. I did mention the teacher, didn't I? The one that's based off CL. Remember, Saber! Unable to hold it in, I shouted those words out.
なんだ
There's no change in Saber's expression. This is terrible compared to the shock. The pain from before was child's play. The person I bonded with forgot about me. This anguish can't be expressed with words. The more precious each moment we spent together was, the bigger the wound I receive from each is. Was our bond so fragile you could just up and forget it? I want to say this and give her a piece of my mind. But I can't go thrusting my disappointment on anyone, much less to Saber. No way. The reason is because although Saber may have forgotten completely and looks unconcerned, Saber is actually the biggest victim here. To question and criticize Saber in this situation would be the worst. Most selfish thing I can do. How can this be? It's at this point that I finally realized something. To forget completely is far sadder than the ones who were forgotten. What? To forget completely is far sadder for the ones who were forgotten than the one who actually forgot. Gotcha. And that... that happened once before. That's the pain I made Saber go through in full.
その真剣な顔何やら事情があるようだが何しろ要は自分のことしか覚えていない
Oh yeah, I forgot we had to do hers. I forgot that was a thing. Is that a Labyrinth core? Why is such a thing here? And it looks like Saber?
よもわからぬだが
Oh yeah, I also forgot about,
美しさ
well, if we're talking about the later seasons, we've definitely got the girl who is Oyashiro-sama, or whatever, I forgot her name, as well as the other god from Umineko, or whatever, that pops in for the Satoko arc.
要はあそこまで行きたいのだしかしどうしてかここから先は足が止まる貴様見たところ自由に動けるようだな一人では不可能だが誰かの後についていくのなら進めると
Saber is requesting to accompany me up to that wall. Without hesitation, I nod in agreement. I may not know what's going on, but it makes me happy that I can do things together with Saber. Also, if we get to that wall, we may be able to recover Saber's memories.
では梅雨払いを頼むぞ
But she's not in the outfit I left her in. Gosh, she's so tiny. Look at her. She's so tiny and cute. Umu. Tenori Umu. Was that sign necessary, Umu?
Oh!
なんと
I reply, I'm fine. The moment I tried to get past this point, a current of electricity ran through my entire body. I don't see anything that looks like a trap, though. What's going on? Hanyu? Yes, Hanyu. It's her organic current, rejecting spiritrons of other wavelengths. Like what you humans call leukocytes. It attacks any harm that enters. Hey, BB! Damn, she already caught up to us?
これは
BB in the sky with numbers. Who are you? I can tell from a glance at your face that you're an imp. But you're not materialized, are you? Yes, I'm unable to enter this place as I am, for this is a servant spiritron core, the inside of Saber's mind. Though my computational power has expanded, I can't read in this format. Sending my eyes and voice in line like this is my limit. This is the inside of Saber's mind. Then, just like with Reen and Ronnie, the sculpture chiseled into that wall is Saber's true self. You're right. When Saber fell into the imaginary number space, a defense mechanism caused her to enter a hibernative rest. To fend off the Spiritron collapse occurring 1 minute later, she stopped her own time. She's frozen, basically. That wall is your servant, projected from collapse by being frozen. Protected. The servant beside you is the instinct functioning to protect their true self. That there is your servant's initial state. Oh, so that's how it is. I see. That makes sense. You're wicked on the outside, but your knowledge is vast. So then if I rouse my sleeping self over there, I'll regain all of my experience, correct? If you can. Perhaps you would like to approach it? Perhaps not. Being in this state matters not to me. I only came this far out of curiosity for what that thing was. As long as I know the truth, there's no need for me to draw near. No, if I had to say, I'd prefer not to. So much that I couldn't go alone. I'd say that's fair. You are instinct. That is reason. When reason awakens, instinct is suppressed. I'm sure even you don't want to disappear. Please sit still and continue waiting within yourself for your next summoner.
Not going to happen!
Of course. I suddenly got an idea. This situation is the same situation as in the preliminary school building. Back then, I kept seeing dreams of the preliminaries. Saber right now may be in the same state as I was then. BB said that her reasoning is asleep, so if I do the same thing Saber did back then, I'm sure that will... Slow, aren't you? Beyond this point is an area with a Spiritron core. Any and all outsiders will be attacked. Without backup from the student council room, foreign elements will be promptly disassembled. Understand, Senpai? If you go past this point, you'll be treated as a virus and be taken apart. I sent my voice here because it's a waste of resources to have my cheeky rebel destroy herself in a place like this. I've decided that while the student council members live, I need to use your life effectively. I'll make cautionary media out of you. So, since dying here won't leave a dead log, please don't die like a moron. Take this as a warning from me. Go any further and you'll die. Be good and turn back. Yes, I do remember that, Dawson. Do so now and I'll let you go back to the existing regions and return to the old school building. Okay? I created a gate at the coordinates you were teleported to. Please use it to come back, Senpai. BB disappeared. I guess she can't interfere, like she's done in the past, because this space is a mental image of Saber. So the exploration ends here. Sounds like the area ahead always had this structure. It's not that the Black Mantle Woman is blocking us. As I know what it is, I have no more business with it. Nor do I care to get closer. What will you do now, my Dai-otaku? What am I gonna do? I'm being asked what I'll do? No need to even think twice. If Saber is still up ahead, still sleeping, I'll...
Try again! I'm coming for you!
Maybe I should save state first. Just in case I fuck this up. Yeah, I'll do a save state.
Oh!
It seems the electric current changed from warning me to attacking me. I was able to sense that from her current just now. One part of my body internally collapsed. I understand the situation, but I'm sure that this is just speculation. Also, this isn't the time to be resting. There's still a path up to Saber's slumbering core. Before my mind gets worn down by the pain, I need to get over there somehow.
Yay! Yay! Oh!
何なのだあやつは。
The power of love. So much walking very slowly. Now I've got my own pair of socks. Aren't they cool? They're like circuits. Oh yeah.
Oh!
Another part of my flesh internally collapses. I can't feel from my ankles down, but I still have the ability to move my legs. If I can move, then there's still no issue.
若者、世は助けぬぞ。そもそもあれを起こせば世が消える。
I see. I hadn't thought that far. If I wake up the reason, the instinct will disappear. To the Saber in that initial state, my actions aren't inconsequential, but bothersome. I am essentially an enemy, so this is better than getting cut down. But even so, I know I have a selfish ego, but I don't want to stop moving. I am stubborn. Coming for you, Saber! Maybe it's just my imagination, but it's half as bright out now. It's a little dark. My limbs are getting heavier. It is a problem. But if the lights go out, my fate may be sealed. In any case, it's getting harder to see Saber.
そんなにまで世を消したいのか。だが、その前に自分が消えて何とする。今ならまだ間に合う。世も怒ってはいない。戻るのだ。なんだ。
I've still got another 30% of me left. I can make it. With this much, and keeping balance with what's left of my head, I should just barely reach. Only 30% left. It still looks like I got a long way to go. Nice pair of virtual thigh highs now. Oh yeah.
Oh!
Do I need a cutscene every time? My body suddenly got lighter. Apparently my abdomen completely vanished. Aw, that's like my favorite. Fortunately, my sense of pain isn't working very well. All I need is disgust, with the sense that I've become a skeleton monster. Oh, all you feel, sorry. Hopefully I'm quicker on my feet, as much as my body got lighter.
よせ、もうよさぬか。おとなしく戻るがよい。なぜか胸が痛い。とても見ておれぬ。
However, now we're in the right order. She was probably the one hurting first. She believed in Dai-Otaku and raced to that starry sky, similar to the depths of hell. I'm
Coming for you, Saber!
So slow. So slow. Gerd. How many steps can I go before the next cutscene? Can I make it past this one? Oh, no, I didn't. Jesus, it's like a jump scare. There it is. That's Saber's true form. Saber fell with me into the imaginary number space and ended up frozen. This is her mind. If I can just free it. Yeah, I see your thing, Dawson.
わからぬ。全くわからぬ。世の記憶など放っておけ。なぜそこまでするのだ。
Cyberpunk. It's just a typo, I guess. Saber's voice makes an impact on me. Why am I doing all this? I mustn't put it into words. Once I had lost my memories of Saber and me. I saw Saber's face, which looked disappointed and regretful for that loss. That's enough of a reason. I have no regrets or hesitation in putting my entire soul on the line for this. You know, you could just roll down the hill. Roll down the ramp, that'll get you there faster.
humble.
Unless you get me right at the corner here. Oh, I made it. You gonna stop me again? Are you gonna actually let me get down here for once? We could have fallen down the stairs. Save some time. Almost there. Saber! But we don't. Firewater! Whatever, BB. Whatever. You gonna threaten me with that thing when I'm already about to die? And an attack program? I can't dodge it. In a few moments, Dai-Otaku's Spiritron structure will be smashed into bits. But was it Umu to the rescue? Is he gonna help me save her? Help me help you, damn it! Fair enough, and Umu's instincts are crazy! Saber. Saber is protecting me. She hasn't gotten to know Dai-Otaku, and this should be irrelevant to her. Yet here she is. Oh, Umu, you silly, silly girl. Higurashi side story? No, I haven't. Which would make doing a waifu files that much more difficult. You know, I forgot I could even, like, speed up time and it would have crawled a lot faster had I known that. Aww. Aww. She doesn't believe me, but she's in love, and that's all that matters. Yeah. Dun 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 dun.
そなたは間違っていない。そなたの正しさは他ならぬ世が高らかに歌い上げよう。世を起こし、世に頼むがよい。任せたぞ。我が奏者よ。
When you say book, do you mean like a manga? Or a light novel? Or another chapter of the visual novel? Saber encourages me on. I stretch my now hollow hand out into the ether. Touch it. I feel a defined shape in the palm of my hand. My disintegrating body and now disintegrating mind flow into the cold sculpture. Now what should I do? Such a doubt crosses my mind, and I immediately shut it out with a dry laugh. I hardly need to think twice about what I should do. There's only one thing I can do. Yeah, as always. Please, come, Saber! Yeah, I've heard really good things about the Higurashi manga. I call out that name as always. You get to use your noble phantasm. Holy hell.
従前に扱えよ。
Hey, and it restored me. After Saber calls to me, every one of my missing parts is restored. This space is a mental image of Saber. Dai-Otaku was perceived as a foreign body until now. In this moment, I became foreigner to her no longer.
そんな工具が解禁されるなんて、そこまでの成長この先輩はできないはずなのに。弱い、燃え上がるほど嬉しい。そして同時に身を焦がすほど怒っている。このように封印されたばかりか、我が奏者にあのような恥辱を味わわせてくれるとは。愛しき少女にディアナの猟犬を演じさせる。盗作の美というやつだね。悪くない。存分に歯を振る舞ってやろう。遠慮は不要だ。
I'm gonna kick your fucking ass.
聞き惚れよ。しかしてたたえ、さらに謝れ。弱し顔にして至上の名器。言うまでもなく屈辱は10倍返しだ。時は来た。至高の芸術の解禁だ。幕を上げよ、マスター。さあ、上げていくぞ。
So how do I do my noble phantasm? It's been a long while. Ah, there it is. Can't you only use it like once per battle or something though? Ow. I saw your thing. Wow! Wow, wow, wow! You got lucky sevens. But your luck's running out. Oh. But I knew I would beat you in this battle of attrition. I don't know what a bottle of Shinshu is. About using a noble phantasm. Noble phantasm can be used once per battle. There you go. Noble phantasms cannot be used right away, except in this case. You can view the activation requirements from the status menu by pressing the square button. Angelus, I don't remember when you left last.
覚えてなさい。
BB vanishes. Saber, who used to be Instinct, is also vanishing. You'd think Instinct would just, like, mesh with her other form. Because people have their instincts still, even if they're suppressed. Before me I see Saber, whom I was separated from. After a very short time, / extremely long time, of being separated, I can see Saber's smile again.
何も言うな奏者よ。今言葉を尽くされれば、己を抑えられる自信がない。
It does look like Suncats, although it needs to be midriff bearing to pull that off.
PB めの目的が明らかになった以上、もはや捨ておけぬ。ここは世の心の中。いつまでも長居すべき場所ではない。正直、恥ずかしくもある。目を閉じ、心を安らかに。では、戦いに。いや、元の居場所に戻るぞ、マスター。そなたはまだ誰にも負けてはいないのだから。
I see. Yes, Nero has her memories back, correct. My consciousness contracts and expands. Along with my consciousness, there's a course that seems to be shifting into another world. My soul detaches from my body and from the world. I'm transferring to the space where Dai-Otaku belongs, to the dimension I'm tuned to. Midway, my mind calmly considers what happened until now, and the future from this point on. Leo was defeated, and Julius took his leave. BB's power was too overwhelming. Beating Lancer and the alter ego wasn't enough to resolve our dilemma. Were we really ever capable of winning against someone with a privileged skill of that caliber? No, we have to win. This dilemma isn't exclusive to us anymore. BB's goals are clearly insane. If she ends up gaining control of the moon cell, then human civilization, or perhaps the Earth itself, may meet its demise. We have to stop BB, no matter what. That's precisely the last job Leo entrusted with you. Save the game again, after the long arc, yeah. Shinshu in this context, bottle of all is fresh sake. Ah! Arigato. This is the story of a girl.
支配者にして処刑人、調理人にして毒味役、美食を重ねること数百人、堪能、溺愛、泥酔、絶頂。不死だらな食事のつけは頭に生えた異形の角。だがまあ、そう珍しいことでもない。美しい少女を貪るのは人間どもの本能だ。
Oh yeah, we never did Elizabeth. I forgot all about her. I thought we still had to do Melt. When I came to, I was in front of the cherry blossom tree. It felt like I spent years in the imaginary number space, but simply being back here relaxes me. Although I never would have dreamed that the day would come when I'd get nostalgic about this old school. Dai-chan, I'm glad you made it back in one piece. Says you guys. Okay. Reen, Ronnie, and the others are gathered in the schoolyard. I can see the same fatigue in all of their faces. It's as if they had each escaped some peril and had came here to check up on one another. Not as if. That's exactly what happened. I'm sure you've also had a rough time, but we're in a pinch ourselves. Julius became BB's stooge and ambushed us. Ronnie, Sakura, and I were in the student council room, and we were on the verge of death. After that, because Sakura had collapsed, the old school's barrier was lifted. And of course, that's when hostile programs from the Labyrinth invaded, and NPCs in the school were systematically attacked. I have to give it to him. It was a brilliant blitz strategy. but I guess Julius knew it well, since he led counter-terrorist units on Earth. So that's how it went down. I see me, mister. Didn't know. The old school is protected by Sakura. Your average hostile program can't enter, and even BB can only affect us by observing the inside. However, the Master's Sakura The Master's Sakura regards as the subjects of her guardianship are different. Julius, a Master, returned to the old school, rendered Sakura powerless, and lifted the barrier. He attacked Rin and Rani, and then ushered hostile programs into the mayhem-afflicted building to gain control. On BB's command, he commandeered this space in just a few minutes, but still.
Okay.
I know, Julius didn't betray us. He put on a show to trick BB. I get it. We're still alive, after all. After he didn't finish us off, I thought, okay, this is an act. Externally, it looked like Sakura and the NPCs were on the verge of death, but the damage they took wasn't fatal. Then Rani and I were pushed into the imaginary number space, and everything else was left in the Labyrinth. That's all that happened. Everyone managed to find their own way back and got here just now. What about you two? We were able to monitor up until Leo was defeated. But what happened after that? I explained to Rin the sequence of events up until this point. About how Leo and Gawain are gone. About how Julius saved me in his final moments. And also about how BB's true goal is to head the Moon Cell's core. I see. It's a shame what happened to Leo and Julius. Rin's thoughts on the matter end there. No longer do I think that such a thing is cruel. Behind her dispassionate words is sorrow towards two people she deemed as worthy adversaries. Still, I didn't expect her to give no response on BB's motive. Isn't Rin surprised? What, about how she's heading for the Moon Cell's core? Well, I was already thinking that might happen in the end. Yes, Dawson. The absolute worst-case scenario I assumed came to be, that's it. It's scary, but not surprising. It sounds like Rin had predicted roughly what BB ultimately had her eyes on. No wonder she's the student council vice president. She's as reliable as a person can be. Though I didn't think her goal would be something like a world where desires are unleashed. That's one awful future. We can't stand here being gloomy all day. It'll light a fire under everyone's ass and get us reorganized. Oh, she will. You go get some rest. I don't know what happened to you, and I won't ask, but your internals are all shattered. You're holding up for now, but I can tell you're cobbled together. You're so mangled, I'm impressed you can still think rationally. Listen, go rest. We'll have our briefing after you wake up. I'm surprised. Apparently, for someone with Rin's level of observation, they can easily catch on how wounded my body is. If I'm not hurting anymore, but if Rin is telling me to rest, then I should rest. To those who are in good health, she says, go fight. And to those who must rest, she says, go rest. Pointing out the difference in Rin Tosaka's kindness. Woo! Woo! Where is Kiara? And what is she up to? The instant I got back to my personal room, fatigue hit me. My knees lose their strength, and I start to fall to the floor with a thud. You couldn't even make it to the bed? Whoa, be careful. I'm surprised you suddenly collapsed. You should come rest on this. Lap pillow? Lap pillow? With Saber supporting my body, I reach the bed. The bedding feels soft, but my ability to think is slowly waning. Before I fall into tranquil sleep, the battle between Leo and BB comes to mind. Frustratingly, everything about BB is overwhelming. Until now, we fought within fields prepared by the Moon Cell under fixed rules. That applied to our enemies Elizabeth and Passionlip too. Though they were illegally modded to some extent, Those two were powerful enemies we faced while under the rules. But BB is different. At this point, she's becoming one with the system itself. She's a being who made the entire imaginary number space on the far side of the moon her possession and fused with the Seraph system. Isn't that precisely what we could recognize as a god? If that's the case, the very chance of winning in our battle doesn't exist. Bro, fight the power! I deserve to be criticized for being a failure of a servant. No way, I raise myself in immediate reply. That's not true. Is that so? Yes, it is so. I knew I was the best servant. However, be quiet for now. Don't get up, is what I mean. Allow me to tend to you. My risen body is forced back into bed. Her face lit up, Saber measures my temperature, and she's singing me some sort of lullaby. Looks like she can't hold back her joy in nursing me. With the way she's acting now, I can't respond to Saber with anything. The cowardly one is me. If I had more knowledge and technique, maybe I could think of a way to counter BB's skill. So long as our strategy is sound, Saber's victory is assured. I know because she always saves me, despite my inexperience. Oh, you. I can tell what you want to say without you saying it. It's actually a bit of a pain for me. But I'm grateful. What am I thinking, getting all timid? It's inevitable that you would rely on me to that degree. If that BB is equivalent to a god, then watch me destroy that god, for the sake of none other than my lovable praetor. Saber emphasizes by clenching her fists. I'm glad. The usual arrogant and majestic Saber is back. Now that I have peace of mind, it seems I can sleep. Yes, you should sleep. As long as you're here, our hope has yet to collapse. However, there's still one more thing I have to apologize for. I swore to attain victory with you, and I promised to obtain the Holy Grail. That is no longer... Nevertheless, I shall fulfill my final duty. I shall escort you back to the Holy Grail War without fail. That alone is my final. I awaken to the twilight I'm well acquainted with. Maybe Saber's nursing worked. My body feels way lighter now. BB's motives, the state of the Labyrinth, and our president's absence. There's a lot of things we need to discuss. Let's head straight to the council room. Lame. Well, Liz and Umu have singing problems, is the idea. You guys don't sleep much. The Japanese don't seem to sleep much. Despite having curfews on getting home at a certain time, it's kind of crazy. Three people have already started stirring within the student council room. Sakura, who I didn't see yesterday, looks well. I reply with my own greeting, "Good morning," and take my usual seat, furnished with coffee. The president's seat in front of me is empty. The graceful smile that belongs in it has sunk to the bottom of the imaginary number ocean. Still, no, that's exactly why I mustn't lose spirit. Because while his body disintegrated, he said he was passing the torch to me. Suddenly, I see something I'm not used to. The screen is displaying something. It's the moon. No, it seems to be the Earth. What is this?
BB が人類の欲望を解放した場合の未来をシミュレートしたものです。もし BB がムーンセル中枢を侵食し行動を開始したら
It's like Caldeus telling us we're fucked.
さくらの協力でムーンセルのスペックを推量し、その影響力を再現していますので、ほぼ現実に起きる未来とお考えください。
Yeah, 8 hours is normally what I'm accustomed to. It's easy to imagine that the conclusion it'll crunch up won't be anything good. That said, I can't make any sense of this simulator. I mustered up the courage to ask, what's happening specifically?
分かっている範囲だと、この7日後の時点で人類の 40% がすでに死亡しているわ。
40%? Suppose someone had 10 friends, 4 of them would die. Or 100 countries getting wiped off the map. It's hard to get a real sense of it, but the total number of deaths would be despairing. Mion or Shion? It's hard to say. I think the one that actually attends the main character's school. I'm thoroughly reassessing the gravity of our situation, so I think that's Mion. Who's texting me in the middle of a stream?
何度も再計算してみたわ。でもこれが現実よ。加速度的に滅びの未来は確定していく。そうなれば、私たちが聖杯戦争に勝って得るべき望みもおのずから意味を失うことになる。
Yeah, but is Mion? Of course, their original names were different, but yeah.
私もできるだけお手伝いします。ですから、分かってるわ。私たちは勝つ。BB を止める。そして聖杯戦争へ戻る。それまで諦めるわけにはいかないの。はい、勝ちましょう。アトラス院の名にかけて、我が死より与えられた誇りのもとに。その通りです。私も AI として BB は野放しにはできません。
Someone must have dropped off a package. I'll be right back, you guys. Oh wait, are you getting that? Hello? I think Ari-chan's mom has dropped by. But the show must go on. We're only halfway through, after all. I was about planning to do a 4-hour stream. That's right. Humanity ruined by its own desires. We mustn't bring about a collapse resulting from lives being abandoned.
よし、そうと決まれば行動あるのみよ。具体的な攻略方法の話をするわ。現在 BB はムーンセルの 90% を掌握しました。あとは中枢を攻め落とすだけのようです。それに伴い、迷宮は18階まで拡張されています。
Wait, what about the Odyssey?
センチネルは不明ですが、おそらく片方はアルターエゴでしょう。
The labyrinth was extended by 6 floors. That should require 2 sentinels, but I can't think of any candidates either. Still, this is how it always is. Whoever opponent is, we have to crush them and progress through the labyrinth.
さすが行き当たりばったりのプロ。いい顔してるわ。頼りにしてる。私からもいいでしょうか。セブンレイターの結果も問題ですが、今後の BB の状態も気になります。ムーンセル中枢に至った彼女は、今度はムーンセルと同化するでしょう。これは今までの侵食とは違うものです。ムーンセルほどの観測、演算回路と価値観を同じにしたとき、BB の思考ルーチンは正常を保てるのか。
What do you mean you're doing the Odyssey, though? You mean reading it?
人格基準が上書きされることは明白です。月の裏側の支配だけなら、彼女は彼女の
It's a fun read.
存在できます。その最大の問題に、 彼女が気づいていないはずはないのですが。何それ？ BB は自滅する可能性が高いってこと？今のところは。ですが、
I see your thing.
彼女が始めてしまったプログラムは止まりません。BB が理解していても状況は同じです。どっちにしろ、ムーンセル中枢に行くまでに止めないとまずいってことね。はい。ですので、引き続き迷宮の踏破を。
Ah.
No!
前置きなしの。
Not again! Fuck! Well, they gotta reintroduce Liz, I guess. What the fuck is... I don't even know what that is, Chaos.
驚きましたか、先輩。
Way over my head.
分かっていても防げない約束された勝利の特番。
Promised victory my ass.
BB チャンネルオンエアです。
Why'd you have to surprise us with it if it's already a promised victory? BB seems indifferent about how inhumanely she treated me in the imaginary number space, and has no intention of changing her act. Now that's one steeled stage persona. Behind BB, a sink and a stove glisten. This looks like a set for... Don't tell me.
あ、見えてます？期待してます？そうです。今回のテーマは、潰しても飛ばしても食いついてくる貪欲肉食系の先輩を美味しく調理。
Yeah, we're going for a piece of you, right?
BB 3分クッキング。
The Super Mario Odyssey theme song? Oh. Haven't played that game yet. I've seen footage, of course, but yeah. Cheerful music is playing. If I recall correctly, this song is... well, just imagine it to be whatever you like. But I don't know if she can even cook. If she's the same model as Sakura, then I would think she still has some skills. I would think.
要は食についても一加減あるぞ。
Kate Higgins sang a song for Mario.
美食に飽食を重ねたのが我が帝国だ。果たしてこの声に肥えた舌をうならせられるかな。
Well, this is a broadcast. No matter what she serves up, it won't actually be tasted. Let's have the staff savor it.
あ、私の料理スキルを疑ってます？先輩ごときに乙女スキルの心配をされるなんて心外すぎてテンションガタ落ちです。そもそも3分クッキングって何ですか？
I think I'd be willing to do a waifu files of just the first Danganronpa, but there's so many others that it gets a little chaotic.
あまりにテンション下がっちゃったのでメニュー変更。ズバリ昨日の残り物です。それは料理でも何でもない。
Of course, there's a lot of different waifu files I need to make, and they all take a little while to do, so it could be a file. I'm just saying it's definitely not off out of the cards, per se. BB proudly takes the dish out. It looks empty.
デリートされすぎて縮んじゃったみたいですね。はあ、仕方がありません。お塩に胡椒、それからオリーブオイルをパッパッパッ。
She sprinkles a pinch of seasoning over the empty dish. Then something red has started swelling forth. Are you cooking, Liz? Yep. I got that part. Smearing you with oil? Ooh, woo. She has swirling dragon horns, surprisingly long dragon claws, and heaps of bright red frills to top it all off. That's no doubt about it, the one we fought on the first and second layers. She lost to Otaku twice-ish. Yep, it's Lancer, Elizabeth Bathory.
ってはいなかったが。本当にがっかりですよね。私としてもせっかく作った迷宮に使い回しを当てたくはありませんけど、材料不足じゃお料理できませんし、仕方なく残り物を冷蔵庫から引っ張り出してきたんですけど。くんくん、匂いませんか？具体的に言うと負け犬の匂いが。何なのよ、みんな揃ってがっかりしちゃって。ここは歓喜の鳴き声を上げるところよ。
Mario Odyssey is fantastic. Seems like a decent Mario game. I don't know how much I care about how extremely dependent its physics is on you doing the throw the cap and hop on it thing to get across like long expanses. Seems that particular mechanic is like extremely dominating. It's like I'd rather just do like regular parkouring and stuff like that. Oh, I'm chirping all right. After all, it feels like I've got this one in the bag.
見てなさいコリス、今度こそ私の本領発揮なんだから。はい、小物感ありすぎてがっかりな意思表明。
I see it all the time in speedruns. Doing like almost infinite jump combos on your own hat.
するのはこれが初めて。SG だって一つもバレてません。まあ高級フレッシュ
Saga of Tanya the Evil waifu files. I know like 3 waifu off the top of my head from that series.
こだわりラーメンぐらいの歯ごたえはあると思われます。とりあえずマンネリ感をごまかすために面白いマスターをつけておいたので、そっちに期待しておいてくださいね。
An interesting master, huh? Who could that possibly be?
見てからのお楽しみですよ、先輩。それじゃあ私もそろそろムーンセルの調理に戻りますね。あとは肉食系同士で楽しくどうぞ。本日はここキッチンスタジオから BB ちゃんのお腹いっぱいクッキングです。
Well, you say tryhards, but, you know, speedrunners, they know their shit, at least. Whether that butchers the proper way to play the game recreationally or not. What about Death Note waifu files? There's Misa and the chick, the FBI chick. And like one other that I can remember. Maybe Light's sister. Reen and Ronnie turn their faces away, avoiding eye contact with me. So, hey, I have something to ask you, too. I don't remember anything, got it? I don't know anything about her secrets, okay?
断じて認めません。
Likewise, therefore, do not dig up what's dead and buried from when we were sentinels. Well, anything that could at least give a hint. Silence! Sorry, ma'am. It feels like quite some time has passed since then, but to these two, their time as sentinels is a dark past that must never be mentioned. Let sleeping dogs lie, or whatever. I must never talk about stuff like money worship or habit of exposure, ever. Well, we honestly don't know. Sorry we can't be of any more help. You'll just have to collect the SGs the same way you've been doing it. We'll manage somehow, with us 3 as backup. Truth be told, it hurts not having Leo here. But we can do it, right? Ronnie, Sakura?
同意します。
Of course. I promise I'll continue offering perfect support, Miss Dai-chan.
バッチリです。
I never would have gotten it, Chaos, because I never played that game. I would have had no idea that it had a theme song in the first place. Yes, backing you up may be the only thing I can do, but I'll do my very best at it as well. I don't expect that it'll be easy to cover for Leo and Julius. Well, when you say try hard, it's got a negative connotation. Speedrunners are pretty cool in their own right. If you put Death Parade with Death Note, that's a smart idea. Now that I could get behind. That's very clever. Of course, I'd give What's-Her-Face a 5-star, the main chick in Death Parade. She's fantastic. And yet these girls assert that we'll be fine. Like they ever did anything in the first place. Alright then, we'll start preparing too. We've got a ton of tasks to get done. I'd even ask Jinako and Shinji for help. Miss Karigiri at this point. Also, now that you mention it, I have yet to see Shinji Mato around today. Who's the other VTuber? Whatever, not like you'll be useful anyway. We've got the most reliable chance of finishing this. Sakura, another cup of coffee. Okay. I'll make one now. I'll add a little more sugar to keep your head from being overworked. A record of Lotus War waifu files, hell yeah. Hell yeah. Yeah, I guess I'd have to dive back in and familiarize myself with, the TV show and the OVA. Yep, same as always. Go to the 13th floor. I reply, understood. I may be acquainted with our opponent, Elizabeth, but on the inside of the labyrinth demands caution. We need to shift gears and take our exploration head on. I suddenly feel eyes on me, so I lift my head. The 3 of them are staring at me. Go for it. Yeah. New president. It's a bit of an embarrassing position for me to take, and one of great responsibility. Maybe Leo can pull it off, but I know I'm not fit to inspire these members. But that's precisely why I have to move forward. No matter if I'm a coward or if I'm reckless. Moving forward is the principle Daiotaku sticks to. I turn to face each person and give each a solid nod. Mushoku Tensei, of course. That's only a matter of time. President's armband. Are you telling me Leo's been holding out on a piece of equipment that's actually useful? What is it? Where's the armband? Or is that just, I'm not gonna... Oh, here it is. Masters MP by 80 and stuns against skills and MPs. Hello, Super Sideswiper. Thank you for joining Early Access. Or renewing it if that's what you were already on. Hell yeah. Should I wear it? It does give me more MP, which is good. Does that mean it reduces damage and stun against skill and NPs? Tsukihime remake? I guess. Maybe. Can I talk to Umu some more? I just wish that original TV series had a much better budget.
Leoとユリウスを失ったのは痛手ではあるが、悔やんでも始まらぬ。我らは確実に BB を追いついて
Future Diary wouldn't be a bad idea.
何せここに来てランサーの再登場だからな。だから、そう思い
It takes a lot longer to make those videos than I thought, but it's worth it, and I really like doing it.
確かに新会長の座は重責であろう。だが、一人で悩むことはない。リンもラニもサクラもいる。
What, for the remake? They're not gonna voice act a visual novel. Hell no. Saber's eyes narrow, looking at me tenderly. It's as though she took notice of how considerably heavy the position of president has been weighing on my mind.
折れそうな時は世に甘えよ。マスターの悩みを抱えきれずして何がサーバンとか遠慮はいらぬ。なぜなら世が辛い時はそなたに甘えさせてもらうのだからな。
Of course, I wouldn't have it any other way. I don't mind her depending on me whenever. So as long as that delicate body of hers puts itself in harm's way for me in return.
それでは心機一転、迷宮の攻略といこうではないか。頼むぞ、新会長。
Cool. What other visual novels have been fully done in English? I'm talking like straight up visual novels. ReZero has a visual novel that's been fully voiced, huh? Did not actually know that. Doki Doki doesn't count because it was made by Western devs. Like, English is the original language it's made in. Are you gonna give me a new item or something, Brody? Yeah, as a hobby, yeah, I know. Really? So did he fight Julius? He knew not to fuck around. Do you have anything new? No. Is this chapter 6? Can you tell by saving, maybe? It said chapter 5, I think. Nope, we're chapter 5. Chapter 6 is when we get the swimsuit, right? Frickin' Taiga. Oh hey, try my very hardest, but alas, I attempted that illusion alone, but that's why I failed. There's a reason Hito is drawn as two people supporting each other, so... Otaku, commence the Taiga quest. In order to escape, I need someone smart to support me, otherwise I can't swim all the way across the digital sea. So, Miss Otaku, that's why I want you to go look for a smart kid that can support me. Preferably as soon as possible. Teach is counting on you. Okay. Rune Soldier Louis. Wait, you're telling me Louis the Rune Soldier is supposed to take place in the same world as Record of Lodos War? What the fuck? Are you kidding me? Emulation itself is not illegal. Pirating a game is. That said, I do own this game physically. Jesus, I had no idea. They feel absolutely nothing alike. pirating is the illegal distribution of someone else's copyrighted work. So that's if you take like a video game and you make an ISO or a ROM of it, and then you go distributing that ROM for free when otherwise people would have had to pay to own the game. An emulator is basically just a program that tries to mimic the original... Ah, fuck, I unplugged my controller. Ah! Who the hell's texting me? Oh. Admittedly, most emulation is piracy. But by itself, the concept, the technology of emulating something is not, assuming you own the original works. This isn't like the Spiritron ocean we're used to. It's suffocating, as if the oxygen is thin here. I reflexively take a deep breath. We're definitely getting close to the core. Yeah, looks like there's no issue with our connection. Space density notch. Maybe a little uncomfortable. No fear, Praetor. Yeah. Saber's words are reassuring, blah, blah, blah. We're ready to go. Let me move. We're 2.5 hours into this thing, and we're only just now starting to explore. And then we take like 2 steps, and it's already another cutscene. What? Her unmatched singing voice is spoiled by her unmatched tone deafness. Her demonic song gouges out my entrails, jolts my brain, and shakes my very soul. Could anyone but her perpetrate such a devilish act? No, I think not. I see your thing, Dawson. It's a little late for me to chime in, but I agree with getting rid of the panel of judges format. I mean, it's just such a shame to have judges. True harmony is letting only trained supporters hype things up. I don't know about trained supporters necessarily. If you like music, you like music.
今までのは本番前の前振りよ。どんなアイドルにも暗黒下積み時代はあるものだわ。でも今回は違う。私こそがセンチネル、つまり主役ってこと。マスターありきのサーバントとは違うのよ。
She's not an ordinary servant, Elizabeth proudly states, but a contract with a master ought to be essential to drawing out her power. Besides, BB said she gave her an interesting master. I don't think she'll give me a straight answer, but I'll try asking. It's Shinji. We all know it's Shinji.
とんだ三流記者ね。私のことをブヒブヒ嗅ぎつけてゴシップを囲ったってそうはいかないわ。受け付けるのは
Kaguya-sama would be a decent waifu files for sure.
今後の予定、新年の過ごし方、それともスキャンダルの真相かしら。
Well, I only want to ask about your master. Actually, this may be a good opportunity to probe her for SG. I may as well ask a question while I have the chance. What I want to know is... the truth behind her scandal.
いいわね、その質問。とってもアイドルっぽくてよ。恋愛は最大のタブー。気になるのも当然だわ。さあ、しつこくやらしく質問なさい。そして、私のスルースキルの前にひれ伏すがいいわ。
I'm thankful that she's so eager, but I wasn't asking about the Blood Idol scandals. I just kind of went with the flow and asked something that sounded appropriate.
そこは気を利かせてアドリブ入れなさいよ。例えば、そうね、意外性を狙って。
Squirrely? Squirrely is in me?
待てランサー。塩分について寛大なようだが、それだけは許すわけにいかぬ。バカね、例えに決まってるじゃない。意外性を狙ってと言ったでしょ。そんな地味で引き立て役にしかならなくて、どんな命令でもやってくれそうなお人よしの小遣いなんて。もしかして私とコリスって意外と相性がいいのかしら。お似合いだったりするの。
My left hand faintly aches. Huh? No way, this is Elizabeth. But even she can't be this easy.
私が家畜とお似合いなわけないじゃない。木ダメね。意外とつまらなかったわ、これ。
This aching in my hand stopped. Apparently it was too early to expose her secrets. But now she's asking for other questions. All I wanted to know was where her master is.
マスター。正直、気が進まないのよね。不本意だけど。カモン、マスター。
The game has multiple endings, but not in the traditional sense where it's based off your choices like that. You have to get the true ending through a New Game Plus. Any new anime that breached my top 10? Not necessarily. There's really good ones, but my top 10 are probably about the same as they were. Wow. Ezra Folk! I'm reading your guys' conversation, but it's childish on all fronts. I don't intend to intervene. Please solve it like adults. Oshinoko's good, yeah. But it's not getting into my top 10, no. My eyes must be tricking me. There's no way. That's Shinji Mato. Then Shinji is Elizabeth's new master?
そうさ。また赤くてうるさい女なのはちょっと不服だけどね。
What are my top 10s? I feel like I would have to put Violet Evergarden. I kind of want to just include Fate altogether. I don't know if I have a specific favorite among them. Kata no Kyokai, absolutely. Kill la Kill, for sure. Gurren Lagann, probably. Dirty Pair, I love that. I guess if I'm allowed to include Dirty Pair Flash, I'd say that too. Like, bundle them together, maybe. I love Cabaneri of the Iron Fortress quite a bit. Trying to think. Ka-ching! I'm not in front of my collection right now, so it's not coming to me. At this point, I'd start mentioning ones that I like, but I don't know if I've had to fight it out to get the last three. There are contenders, like Ruin Explorers. I love that old one. I love Nadia. That one's fantastic. Dirty Pair is an it's an 80s anime, and it actually did have another 90s spin-off. It has OVA versions and a televised version, as well as a movie. I'd say Clannad used to be one of my favorites. I think that one has gotten pushed around a bit. Oh yeah, Amagi Brilliant Park. I think that would be one of my contenders as well. I loved that show. So much fun. Yes, Dirty Pair is about two, not secret agents. They're kind of like mercenaries. They're called trouble consultants, and they go on missions in space, and it's just a really fun show. You like, yeah, Neon Genesis Evangelion's really good. I do like it a lot. I just have infinite possibilities in my brain. If you give me a focal point to center in on, then all of a sudden my thoughts converge. I can talk about any given anime for a really long time if I'm focused on it. Well, don't trust your brother. And if you find it trash afterward, I heavily disagree with you. Because Amagi Brilliant Park is absolutely amazing. It's fun, lighthearted, exciting, refreshing, brilliant animation. I hate people who get pretentious about their anime, being like, no, it's gotta be like this. Favorite romance? One that's exclusively devoted to romance? That's tricky. Because I tend not to zero in on them. One that I really like, I don't know if I'd say it's my favorite necessarily, is Ayori Aoshi, which is a retro one for sure, nowadays. But I like that one a lot.
こんなやつでも僕ならうまく使えるし BB がどうしてもって泣きついてきたから付き合ってやることにしたんだよ
Yeah, Toradora is not bad.
呆れた。いつの間に寝返ったわけ？相変わらずクズっぷりとダメっぷりではダントツ首位を行くわね、あんた。
And yeah, Clannad is really good too. You're 20-something? I'm 34. I'd say it's retro because people call it retro to me. Someone called something else retro the other day. People were calling Code Geass retro, and I'm like, man, that's not... We need a better term for that. That's like calling everyone a boomer, when technically it's supposed to be a very specific group. But no, for me, a lot of my favorite anime are definitely from the 80s and 90s. One of the ones that's highly up there for me is Bubblegum Crisis. The old one. Yeah. Well, there's more than one, because we call them all Zoomers, but technically even they are they're subdivided by 2 different generations already. Code Geass is getting a new series. Yeah, I of course I'll talk about it. I know of it. Whether or not, it's almost like I've been holding my breath for so long for that I'm just not worried. Like, when it shows up, it shows up. I'll be happy when it does, but I'm not, like, holding my breath. I heard it was gonna be, like, featuring a whole new set of characters and stuff like that. But I'm like, you realize that the last Code Geass movie ended with a bit of a cliffhanger, or at least an implication that Lelouch was going on some kind of new quest with C2. Anime Star Wars. You think they're ruining it? How could they? Although, there is a value to be said in the fact that the original character designer for Code Geass is now dead, which sucks. He's in fact the same character designer who did Dirty Pair Flash. He's a bit of a legend in some very cool-looking characters. What's going to be around after death? Silent Mobius. Which one is that again? Clearly I haven't seen it yet, but... Oh, lots of people in suits, I see. Yeah, I definitely haven't seen that one. An angry voice over the transmission rings in my ears. Whether here or there, awful things are everywhere. I knew I had things to worry about without Leo here. No, actually, this would be even more awful if he were here. Regardless, this isn't the time to be feeling down. This is getting really stupid. I mean, Code Geass just had like a mobile game, and I feel like they maybe even have had a mobile game before that. It always gets messed up. When franchises go the mobile game route, you just be like, oh, gets lost in the ether. The horror of Made in Abyss. Made in Abyss is a very fantastic show. I just don't know what I have to say about it. It's kind of crazy, other than, wow, this is like written by a madman.
繰り返し言われても迷惑なんだけど。サーバントさえいれば僕は聖杯戦争に勝ち残れる人間だ。分かってるよね BB。 その僕が協力してやるんだから。それ
Wait, we only have one what?
払ってもらうよ。
はい、それはもう。私がムーンセル中枢に到達したら、ムーンセルの表側をお譲り。
Oh, the mobile games. Right. Well, I know. Just because we never got one doesn't mean it didn't happen, though.
あなたこそ月の王にふさわしいキングです、シンジさん。
Wait, I never said anything bad about Made in Abyss. I think the fact that it's written by a madman makes it interesting as fuck.
そうさ、その通りだ。僕は選ばれた人間。
I gotta say, though, it's some of the most out there story I've ever read. I don't even know what you're saying about words in your mouth. I'm just saying how I interpret it. It's not always about you. BB's coaxing turns Shinji's grimace into a smile. His expression is condescending. It's Shinji's usual expression, even though I'm used to seeing it. This time it has a hint of desperation. Maybe it's because I saw it with my own two eyes, how his Holy Grail War ended.
誰が敵に回ろうが一向に構わんぞ。いかなる相手であろうがマスターに万全を尽くすのみだ。しかしあれは二度もそなたを苦しめるのだな。
More like the one that we have is so recent, right?
一度苦しい。
Actually, I didn't even bother to check if it was something that we had or not. I just knew it had some cool art.
それじゃあ、あとはお任せします。キング様、くれぐれもエリちゃんの秘密を奪われないようご。こんなネズミに頼らなくても自分の秘密くらい自分で守ってみせる。
Cover the different types of monsters? You could. I feel like some of the concepts are scarier than the individual creatures, though. And of course, the most devastatingly evil things about it tend to be the humans.
お前たちなんて一瞬でゲームオーバーさ。それじゃあせいぜいあがいてみせてくれよ。
God, you guys talk forever. Let me fight. I was literally thinking I was just gonna get a quick cutscene and then go back into the dungeon, but this turned into an ordeal. Christ. The two disappear. They probably left and went to the interior of the labyrinth. Yeah. Mishmash of widgets. Yeah, kick Shinji's ass, whatever.
世にとっても因縁のライバルとの頂上決戦になる。気合を入れていくぞ、マスター。
Believe it or not, there are certain games, that are visual novel format that aren't, like, overly written. They actually have a decent pace to them. Anyway, okay, Nemesis, huh? We're finally on to floor 5. Let's see here. Nemesis. But Nemesis sounds like... What? Oh, but we're on floor 13 of the dungeon. That's crazy. We're getting pretty far in there, for sure. Guard blank guard. Let's try GGB. So... hope that works. So far, so good? Ah, nope. course not. But at least he did. He did! What N from Re 3? What? Re 3? You talk about... Oh, more, yeah, visual novel. Would you like Oshinoko? You seem like you've already seen it, so I'm assuming you have. And that you do. Ah, it's never right. But at least I'm not getting my ass handed to me. Eat shit and die! Ah. Yeah, these things aren't even giving me good experience. Cards in 3 and 6. I have no fucking clue. I'm just gonna spam break, because there is one pattern that's just guarding. See if it works. This guy loves to guard. Seems to have worked. Bye-bye. Yeah, the problem is it's like... It's a lot of guesswork. And just punishing you for getting bad guesses. And it takes for fucking ever to just... Ah, you got a skill in there. Ooh, you bit me, you bitch. Ooh, you're gonna do it twice. Ooh. See, look at that. If he did it one more time, I'd be dead. That's insane. That's not okay. Christ. I could have died from that. Minuscule. Let's use those. Oh my god, that they weren't lying, man. Well, I didn't even realize you switched topics to Resident Evil somehow. Well, luck-based combat that you can actually learn or implement some degree of strategy on. There's no ability for you to learn and grow from it. Upon advancing the Labyrinth, you approach a hill of enemies, huddle on it. I don't care. I'll beat it up. But of course we have to get a phone call about every little fucking thing. Feel real fed up. Whatever, buddy. These guys are as sturdy as it gets. I bet I can beat one anyway. Breaks your heart with a crack. Oh, I'm covered in hell. Whatever. Again with your bowl. Shut up. Dude, I have to fight them anyway, so why would I care? I don't care. That's the whole point. Alright, breaks 2, 3, and 4 on the stronghold. If it's 2, 3, and 4, it looks like it's all breaks. Alright. Let's try it out. Seems good. I did know there was a Made in Abyss game, and I think that's really interesting because I never wanted to explore that world myself. I just like watching the characters do it. Okay, attack, attack, and then 5 is attack as well. Attack, attack. Unfortunately, it could be a lot of things. I'm gonna guard the whole thing. Ah, damn it, of course. Fuck you. I guess it's good. I don't really have an issue with it. 1, 4, and 6 for attack. I think it's going to be attack all throughout this one then. Well, we don't know much about the world outside of the Abyss. We just know, like, the world surrounding the Abyss a little bit. Where Rico grew up. Okay, 3 guard, 5 and 6 attack. Okay. I'm gonna try AAGGAA. So, GG, and hope to God that works. Of course not. Ah, fuck you. Live in Maiden Abyss or Shiki Village? Again, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know enough about the world outside of the Abyss itself. Guard, guard, break. Okay, AAGGBB, let's try that. GG. AB. Let's hope that works. Hell yeah! I got it right. I've watched all of Maiden Abyss. Would you rather live in Attack on Titan or Blood Sea? Oh, that's a tricky one. That's a really tricky one. Honestly, I can't say. Maybe Blood Sea at that point, because those creatures are, for the most part, a rarity in their world, I guess. And no, there is no CP in Maiden Abyss. That is a gross misunderstanding of what that show is presenting. Somehow we climbed all the way up. It looks like the labyrinth still continues further. Yeah, whatever. Just let me keep going. If he saw one of those bunnies, gosh, I would hope I knew how to fight it. I'm assuming you can fight them. Then again, I'm not really sure what those bunnies were about anyway. Like, why were they there? Where did they come from? Yes, Christos did say CP. He said it right there. How exactly does the combat work in this game? It is basically rock, paper, scissors. You've got attack, break, and guard, and each one has one that they win over and one that they lose to. The enemy patterns are at first completely unknown to you, and you have to guesswork your way. The more you fight them, the more you unlock their patterns. And hope to God you don't pick wrong, because you could die in a single turn. Everyone loves me. It's because Hakunon looks like a puppy. What's going on in the game? Dumb Shinji is the master of Elizabeth Bathory, and we've got to kick their asses. That's as far as I understand. Hey! Yay! Save points are good. It is annoying. A lot of people thought it was frustrating, and I mean, it's tolerable, but it's definitely not my favorite. Okay, where the hell do I go? Is there any point to this little section right here? Is it just a bunch of passages for no good fucking reason? Let's just say I've played worse battle systems before. Favorite combat system in anything? That's a good question. I think it might be Xenoblade Chronicles X, if I had to choose. I really love that game quite a bit. Xenoblade games in general are just really, really good. Ah, every 2 steps they gotta give me a cutscene. Just let me finish the damn dungeon. Okay, so it's an enemy. Let me kill it. What's the meaning of this? Whatever. What are you called, and what can I do against you? Oratorio. Okay, attack on 3rd, guard on 4th. Okay. Okay, so I think it's GGA, GGA is the pattern. So let's hope that works. Yay, I got it! Of course, I also love the combat in the East games, because they're just fun action RPGs. Devil May Cry, yeah. Do I ever live in Higurashi or live in SAO Death Game? Oh gosh, not sure. At least in SAO you'd be yourself instead of losing to madness. You like the gacha system? Interesting. I mean, I don't mind it as much because it's not actual money that you're spending. You know, you just go and grind again. Okay. What, so I just gotta kill them all before that door opens? I follow Saber's gaze and look behind. I just hate random drops. I never like it. I'm like, nope, if there's something rare and cool, make it like a crazy boss I have to defeat to get it, not just get lucky. Labyrinth's layout code? Okay. Try to continue on. Enemies will forcibly spawn like before and block your path. Okay. Okay, well, then what do I do? Override the code giving you trouble. However, it's difficult to override the enemy. You want to delete if too many of the same type of enemy remain on the floor. So basically kill all those and they'll delete the other one.
伝達します。
It was exactly the same form as the one you just subdued. Yeah, I know. What, do they have different patterns? They all have eyeballs. They all have eyeballs.
雑魚が。
What, are there ones that don't have eyeballs? You have an eyeball, right? I assume you have an eyeball. It's on your backside, so I can't tell, but... Whatever. Nemesis, attack, and guard. None of my patterns match an attack in the front, so fuck that. A lot of them is guarding, though, so I'm just gonna assume that it's like bleh and then spam breaks. Nice guess. So what's the Xenoblade lore? Xenoblade lore, I've got, there's a lot of Xenoblade lore. Depends on what you want, because there's 3 full games, and then there are DLC chapters. But I have made videos on all of them. The lore of Xenoblade Chronicles 1 would be the best place to start. Okay, this one has an eyeball. Okay, so we need oratorios, not the other ones. Wait, they're fat? Okay, guard on 3 and guard on 5. Guard on 3 and guard on 5. Let's try BGG. Well, actually, it could be AGG also. Alright, let's just do guard, break, break, guard, break, break. Guard, break, break, guard, break, break. And hope to God that works. Nope. Fuck you. Oh, the games are fat, as in, like, massive. Okay. I never know if you guys are still talking about Xenoblade or this game or whatever. Would you rather be in Corpse Party School or in Danganronpa? I don't know. They both suck. It's superficial at that point to me. Damn, that thing is lethal. Your least favorite are action and turn-based respectively? To me, it depends. I can handle turn-based just fine. Wait, is there a reason I can't use you? What the hell, bro? Oh, you have to use items from this menu. Gotcha. Would you rather never eat Japanese food again or never watch Fate again? I guess I'd have to part with the food. Oh, your favorite is action, your least favorite turn-based. Sorry. I got lost in the words. Alright, guard. Well, that's a lot of things it could be. I'm just gonna break the whole thing. Break. Hope to God it works. Even Japanese curry? Yeah. I mean, I could live without it is all I'm saying. Skill on the 4th, huh? From an oratorio. Alright. Okay. GGGSGG. I love Japanese curry. I just don't eat it enough that I would miss it much, because I'm already kind of used to not eating it. If I lived in Japan, that might be a different story.
消えるがよい。伝達します。また
I'm afraid I don't understand. I thought I just destroyed it. Did they want me to only kill those 3?
部屋では世の番だからな。
Believe it or not, Japan is not as cracked up as it should be. Like, there are issues.
我がそう
Oh, or is it because I tried to leave? He's blocking me in and I shouldn't be fighting this one. I think that's what it is. That's dumb. Okay, so 3 is attack and 4 is guard. 3 is attack, 4 is guard. So GGA, GGA. Let's try that.
見ているがよい。そこを動くな。改めるがよい。
Like, if I were to live in Japan, for example, I could not have a very successful YouTube career covering anime the way I do, because they have absolutely zero respect for fair use. It's not a thing in their legal system, and I could be put away just for showing clips of anime to you guys. Okay, so that's the problem. Don't try to leave the circle. That's fine. Fair enough. Alright, well, you gotta... Let's get this guy then. Blue-flavored drinks or never have beef again. I'll take beef over blue-flavored drinks. I'll find a new favorite flavor at that point. Beef is very good. I can't get rid of that. Okay,
世の出番だな。そう動くな。鈍いな。そう動くな。そこを動くな。
I would look up a guide if I were stumped, but this is just a little puzzle. Figuring out the puzzle's one thing.
がよい。任せ。
You fucker. Ooh. Mmm. This guy is the hardest enemy in the game simply because of how much damage he takes with that one shot. That's insane.
あと1台です。
Oh, she got a level up. I don't have to heal. Yay! Alright, and now I know what these things look like from a distance, so... Aw, man, you're not one of them.
任せよ。一緒
Yes, Japan can be very dangerous. Working conditions.
花道の邪魔をするでない。
Guard on the Nemesis? That's not enough to go on, man. I don't know. Let me do break, guard, break, guard, break, and hope that works.
勝利を。 消えるがよい。まだまだ励むが部屋では世の番
Now, back in the old days, you'd have to look up a guide because the logic made no fucking sense.
楽しもうではないか。
What they get paid is sad. Yeah, that's true. Okay, so it's an oratorio with guards 2 and 5 and 6 break. 2 and 5 and 6 is break. So GGB is my idea. So GGB, bro.
世の出番だな。そこを動くな。鈍いな。まだまだ。
Yeah, even salarymen are just stuck living in apartments all the time. Like, that's... If you're gonna work your ass off like a salaryman, you deserve your own fucking house.
excellent.
Where did North Korea come in? What are we talking about, North Korea? What? See, then, as soon as Leo's gone, suddenly they're useful, right?
それでこそだ、奏者よ。
Shinji. Why can't you just make one big super cheating enemy that kills me in one hit? He's going out of his way to send his signal to us. He may be panicking on the inside. But what concerns me more than Shinji's mental state is Elizabeth, who loves the limelight, hasn't joined in on the conversation yet. We won't be able to find our way to an SG by only ever talking to Shinji, whose gimmick we overcame well enough. Ask, what the hell happened to Elizabeth? You want to talk to that pest? Talking to her is a waste of time. Rather than wanting to talk to her, I want to meet with her. I have to meet with her. In order to progress through the labyrinth, we need her secrets. This is as if I would let you meet her. If she screws up, we'll be forced to lose. Hey, Elizabeth, if you get what I'm saying, then just sit tight. Hey! Why are you tracing your fingers on the wall? And like, what's with that cutesy smile? I don't get what you're doing, dude. Well, whatever. In any case, I don't think that this is over. Shinji ends his transmission, leaving behind a silence that's extremely uncomfortable for some reason.
そういえば。
Look at that, you can restart your exploration. Please wait, Otaku, at 10 o'clock from your position. Can you see a stone pillar? It's over there. Yeah, the reading is... When did she... Oh, sneaky, sneaky. She's very sneaky. Oh. Owning a house is a place with so much less space compared to the US. Probably not as important. You're right. That's true. That's true. I'm just saying you should be able to afford one. But the only way you're going to get a big house in Japan is if you go out to the boonies anyway, which a lot of people don't want to do. So, yeah, it's crazy. Even hotels in Japan are tiny as hell, like the good, expensive ones. Unless you go to a love hotel, in which case you get a generous amount of space. The strained voices of the student council room cause Saber to take position. Carefully, only our gazes move diagonally. From a gap in the crumbled sanctuary, we spy red frills. What's going on? What's this mean? What's the matter with me? I thought maybe I was just seeing things back there, so I came to double check, but for some reason I feel really... Has she not noticed us staring at her? Her palms are on her cheeks, and her tied-up hair is swaying from side to side. I don't know enough about Japanese economy to see how it wound up like that. And she wants to meet me? She said she wants to meet? That animal doesn't know her place. It's too direct, too passionate, too daring. You would normally first send a letter, then check our schedules. Once you verify the date with fortune-telling, you casually draft a reply, run into each other at the ball, then say okay to meeting up, no? That's some pretty old-fashioned way of doing things. No wonder you didn't have any friends. Jeez, what am I even imagining? That won't happen, it won't. What if it doesn't happen? I'm an idol. What am I thinking, replying so easily? I have to protect the value of my brand. A love hotel is a place where you can go to bang, obviously. And it's more important to Japanese culture because you're trying to do things generally to try... It's harder to get privacy. a lot of Japanese families might live together under the same roof. So if you want to bang someone, you're going to have to do it with your parents in the other room or something crazy like that. So you'd go to a love hotel for that particular reason, yes. Also, if you're like some older dude hiring an escort, where else are you going to do it? You know, it's better than a regular hotel because you can only stay for, you can choose to only stay for just a couple of hours, do your thing, and then leave. And then there's also themes and things to it that make it a bit more fun. It was my favorite place to stay when I was in Japan. Minus the fact that the rooms had smoking and it was really gross smelling. But it was a big old room. They had like a freaking TV in the bathroom so you could sit there and take a bath and watch the TV. And you could watch stuff like, there was High School DxD on the TV. Or, of course, you could put on some adult AV stuff. They had a big projector, so you could just project that stuff onto the wall while you're doing it by the bed, too. I wonder if it's alright for me to call out to her. I've been to Japan, yeah. Is there a red lights place in Japan? I guess so. Shinjuku would be the one to go to. No, it was with my wife. Yeah, love hotels were good. And it was cheaper than the tiny-ass, dingy, posh hotels. So, basically, unless the hotel you're going to is going to be some kind of, like, ryokan, which is like the fancy hot springs inns, then a love hotel was better value and more fun. I just keep tossing glances at Saber, but she just keeps shaking her head as if saying, "Give me a break." Let me take it from here is what that apparently means. Being a little confused, I take a step forward to call out to her. Right at that moment, Elizabeth clenches her fist tight. Alright, that settles it. Yeah. I'm an idol, and the leading actress on this stage. If she says she wants to meet, then I'll welcome her on my special stage. Yes, the West is having a housing crisis. Because too many rich bastards are buying up all the property and renting it at ridiculous prices, making it so that people who actually want to live in a house, instead of just own it for property, have to pay a shit ton more to get their hands on one. And when you're renting, you're screwing yourself over because you're not building any investment. You don't own the place. So, love hotels are surprisingly not really expensive. Not if you stay in them overnight. And if you book in advance. It's kind of interesting how it works, yeah. But if you pay by the hour, I guess, maybe it gets more expensive at that point. Because that's probably where they get a lot of their core business, is just couples popping in and out. But no, yeah, I mean, because of the deal, using the Love Hotel as an actual hotel and not just like a couple hours wound up being cheaper than actual hotels that were tiny. Because this room was friggin' huge. Maybe it's because it was a low season and they didn't have a lot of other guests at the time or something. I'm not sure, but I think that applies to pretty much any hotel. If she says she wants to meet, then I'll welcome her on my special stage. My set will be, yeah, that should do the trick. Maybe I should do my nails in a different color. Will I make it in time? She mentioned a special stage. The sound of it sends one's heart aflutter, doesn't it? I'll be seeing what my rival is made of. Yes, Japan isn't having enough sex. Enough babies. Not only is it not that economically sustainable to have children in Japan with their busy working lives, but they also have a culture that is heavily encouraging anti-socialism in many ways. Not socialism as in the politic, as in like people socializing with each other. Because you can go to a lot of things, restaurants, hotels, things like that, get a lot of stuff done with as minimal human contact as possible. I'm not sure. That's a good question. I mean, it was during April. Antisocial, yeah, not socialist. That's what she reacts to? For me, I get an uneasy feeling that a very different flag is being set. In any case, it's a good thing that this didn't suddenly turn into a battle, but... What's the matter, Miss Tosaka? Huh? I feel like I sort of see what her SG is after hearing that monologue. Daydreamer? Deluded? No. I get the feeling that there are quite a lot of girls like her. Sorry, though, I have no proof. So you can go gather a little more intel?
私は未熟です。
Yes, the isolation factor is good in that one respect, but not good in others. That's the thing. Other countries have their own ways of dealing with it. A lot of the men just aren't talking to a lot of the women. They aren't banging and having kids, and that's what Japan really needs. Meanwhile, we've got other cultures that bang like rabbits and live at a far lower standard of living and just don't give a shit. And they seem to be fine. They probably have too many kids for their own good. Whenever I look around outside, I'm like, yeah, we could use a few less people in this community. It's too populated. There's too many. Too many cars on the road. Makes it hard to get anywhere. Clearly, there's just a lot of people. And, yeah. It's completely incomprehensible to me. Perhaps Elizabeth and Miss Tosaka really do have the same patterns of thought. We do not! Okay. Well, that was long and drawn out again. And we're going this way. Can we go more than 2 steps without a fight? Or without a cutscene, rather? I'll go 2 steps for a fight. Hey, biatch. Alright, so it's a nemesis with a guard in 1 and 4. 1 and 4. That could be literally anything. I'm gonna do... break guard, break guard, break. Just in case he does that fucking skill. There are like Japanese people that never leave the home. They haven't... Hikikomori. Yeah, that's what it is. That's unfortunately very common in Japan. For certain people. Or it's becoming more... America? I don't feel like America's quite there. And if America's not having kids, it's for a very different reason. Mainly because we can't fricking afford it. Money is probably one of the bigger things that would stop me from having a kid right now. There are other factors, of course, but... I agree there. The US has way too easy access to firearms. I don't know, there's too much competition for everything in America right now. Everything's competitive. With fewer people, you could actually succeed, but because there's so many people, you're stuck just, yeah. See, that's why I'm guarding this little...
が奏者の力見るがよい。怒るぞ。花道の邪魔をするでない。
You're one of those Second Amendment people. I'm just saying, when they wrote that into the Constitution, guns were not nearly as powerful as they are now, nor easily accessible. It's not a matter of freedom anymore. It's not an easy solution, of course, but there's a reason why it happens a lot more here than there. Like Japan as a culture where it's weird to have all them guns. Therefore, there's less gun violence. Making Japan a much, much safer place. Even the worst, most horrible crimes that they do they pale in comparison to what can and often does happen here. Ooh, what a pretty little box. Seer's crystal ball, huh? What is that? It's illegal to have guns, and that reinforces the fact that they usually don't have them. If someone's going to think of doing a crime, they don't even think, oh, let's smuggle in some weapons. They're going to do it with what they have on hand, which is less lethal. Seer's crystal ball. Okay, increases MP by 100. Displays completed area map. Hell yeah. Okay. Okay, I see what we're talking here. But it says that. I put it on, but I don't see the completed area map. I just put it on. Oh, it costs MP to do it. Alright. I don't need that then. I actually don't. I'll keep the president's armband. Dude, everyone's got serial killers. If you look at the per capita deaths or whatever of Japan, it's going to be far less. I would trust being alone and vulnerable in the most dangerous part of Japan before even feeling even remotely the same about the most safe place in all of America. Here, in what appears to be the furthest portion of this floor, an eager Elizabeth and semi-impatient Shinji were waiting for us. Between the two of them, something is exuding a fierce presence. Well, it is I, Robo. Its basic exterior looks no different than the enemies deployed on the Hill of Hell. What's the safest place in America? I wouldn't even begin to know. I would only know in, like, my local area what would be considered to be the safest. Yeah. I would much rather someone, if they're going to try and kill me, pull out a sword than a gun. Grand Blue Fantasy is out next month. It's actually out in a couple of days. It's the first of the month, which is why I'm super excited. My copy shipped as a attempt to get it there on release date. I'm so excited. Its basic exterior looks no different than the images plot on the Hill of Hell, but I'm getting a bad feeling about it. Whatever. Modded by Shinji, whatever.
なのになんで出てくるわけ？もしかして言葉通じてない？それとも竜頭じゃなくて鳥頭なわけ？
バカはあなたよ、シンジ。私の迷宮で私以外を目立たせるなんてオーディエンスに失礼じゃない。勝利とは相手を打ち負かすだけにあらず。
All you gotta do is watch those videos where Mark Rober pranks people with the glitter bombs to realize just how bad of a problem gun violence is already. People breaking into cars and threatening them at gunpoint to steal their shit. What makes it so blue? I don't know. That's like asking people, what does Fate Stay Night mean? It might have a reason, but I think most fans are just like, well, I like the characters or something. Maybe blue because you're in the sky and the sky's blue? That's my best guess.
ああ、そうですか。じゃあ先にやらせてもらうけど、後で文句を言うなよな。お前の出番なんて多分回ってこないからさ。行け、信じタンク。
USA needs to get rid of machine guns and give background checks better. They do. They do. It's insane. Like, there was a guy recently. I don't know how recent it really is, but I saw a true crime video about a dude, and he was really disturbed in the head, really obsessed with My Little Pony, and got so pissed off that one of his characters was taken off the show or something. I don't know, one of the ponies. And he was like 16, and he went and bought guns, and he could do it. And his mom even took him to go get them, even though the mom had an incident with this same kid where he tried to stab her with a knife. I'm like, what? Your own son tries to stab you with a knife, and then you take him to go buy a gun? Just how many layers of fucked can you get? Like, just hearing that it's one of the dumbest things ever. Okay, so we're fighting the Shinji tank. Do I have anything on this guy? Yeah, I do. Okay, so I'm not entirely sure. I only have a guard in 1 and a break in 4. Alright, guard in 1 and a break in 4. Guard in 1. Ah! And a break in 4. Of course, every single freaking time. It never shows up on my thing. So I'm stuck guessing. Alright, we're breaking, we're guarding, we're attacking, we're guarding. We don't know. This pattern sucks. Ooh, look at you. Stockholm Syndrome, isn't you mean the mom is a victim of it? Alright, so we got a break in 2nd, attack in 4th. Break in 2nd, attack in 4th. Okay, so BB, AA, BB. BB, AA, BB, please work. Is it easy to follow the story of CCC? It's a little complicated, but I guess maybe I'm used to it. Not just any stories, but reading Fate stories. Plus, I've done a lore video of this entire narrative before. Did they ban it on Switch? All I've heard is that they did a DMCA takedown of the Pokemon mod. Alright, break and guard, break in 3, and 5 and 5 guard, break 3, 5 guard. SBB, GGS. Let's test that. Hope to God that works. You know, I actually watched somebody playing Pal World the other day, and I'm like, why do people even like this game? I don't get it. It looks really weird, like Fortnite crafty bullshit that I can't stand. I don't know, I guess it's like people who love Minecraft and doing weird stuff like that. 3 break, 5 and 6 are guard. 3 break, 5 and 6 are guard. Nope. I don't got that pattern. Shit. Nice. I got lucky. Arc survival with Pokemon bosses. Yeah, it's kind of like that, for sure. Alright, so if he does a skill at the start, and then a guard. Skill guard. Well, I don't have that, but... See your answer. Bum. You know, some person shoots someone over chicken nugget. Yeah, I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. We beat it. Beat it a little too hard. It all ended with a blow from Saber. The Shinji tank stopped moving and became silent. It got a good beating and a blow. Shinji, we've done you a service. Foam Stars looks like it could be cool. Honestly, no joke. I hate that it's Square Enix, but yeah. You know, if I would understand Fortnite if not for the weird building stuff. The building stuff always looks really stupid, and I just never understand it. But the third-person gunplay and all the characters and the survival elements of it, like what do you call it? The Battle Royale style of it. I can understand why all that's popular. Shinji, venting his frustration, kicks the tank. At that moment, the giant that one would expect to have ceased begins ominously vibrating. Is it gonna explode? Shinji, that was a bad idea. It's gonna explode on you. Yeah, I understand why people wouldn't want to live there. Square Enix, I don't necessarily hate them, but they are definitely one of the companies that seems to be kowtowing to American values, which, as we've just explained, is not a good thing. Well, I like the fact that it looks like Splatoon, but they're actual waifu and not squid kids. Like, I can actually waifu up the main character. Shinji backs off, leaving only Elizabeth, who hasn't caught on to what's happening. Meanwhile, the Shinji tank shaking grows increasingly intense. I don't know what's causing it, I don't know how to stop it. The only thing I do know is that at this rate, it's going to explode. The moment I sensed that, I acted immediately. Like when? What did Square Enix do? Well, they've been publishing a lot of different games that are on the Western Front, but that's not inherently bad. They have an internal ethics team that is definitely censoring things in their game. Most of the remakes that they've been putting out, like the Chrono Cross one and Final Fantasy VIII and other stuff like that, they're bringing them back, but they're censoring certain elements and taking parts out of the story that we used to like. What is it? Yasunori Kitase? Was that his name? Shit, I don't know. I don't remember who the fuck he is. The director of the original FF7, they got him commenting that he feels embarrassed about the way he handled social themes in the original FF7. Right. Square Enix put out public statements saying they cared less about making games that were fun and more about exploring NFTs and crypto, and it's like, we still have room for the idea of gaming as fun. I'm like, well, what else are games gonna be, huh? They're called games. And, yeah. Is FF7 gonna get censored? Some argue that it already has. The fact that Tifa can't wear her original outfit, for example. If you look at Yuffie, her shorts used to be unzipped constantly. It's kind of a miracle we got them to look as sexy as they do. Because I'll admit, they're still hot as hell. But, yeah. They do have an internal ethics team that looks at that kind of stuff and be like, that skirt needs to be longer. That shirt needs to be bigger. Put a black undershirt under that. Cover up those panties. Doing all those things that used to be okay. Dude, I know, right? That's what I thought of myself. I wouldn't want to have a kid growing up in today's schools. Even if the guns weren't a problem. Eliza, watch out! She's gonna feel jealous of me for saying that. She'd be like, oh, you cared about me, I love you. And that's her SG, is that she loves me. I reach for her petite body at the same time I sense the explosion behind her. Tifa's amazing. She really is. Which is why it makes me so sad. I still plan on totally getting involved and really enjoying the new Final Fantasy Rebirth, but I'm not going to purchase it until after I have 100% confirmed that Tifa is alive and well throughout the entirety of that game. If they try to kill her off in any sort of way, like, oh, we killed her instead of Aerith, wasn't that a twist, like they love to do, then I'm like, dude, nope, it's over, I'm not buying it. But if not, I accept that the remake is going to be significantly different than the game that I wanted it to be, and I'll just play it for what it is after that. Seems I fell over from the blast. But of course they had to put my favorite 3 games of all year in the same damn month. You know, you got Granblue on the 1st, Persona on the 2nd, and then this, and I'm like, dude, ugh. Although I'm not going to care much about Persona 3 until I find out if they're going to include the dancing costumes from the dancing game. I have a feeling they will. I don't see why they wouldn't. They already made those outfits. Ouch. Seems I fell over from the blast. With my entire body in pain, I instinctively call Sakura. Is Dai-Otaku still in one piece? You just referred to yourself in third person. She's not being completely straight with me. Am I in a bad shape somehow? I mean, when I played Senran Kagura Peach Beach Splash, I wanted that game to be good. I think the idea of a third-person waifu shooter could be absolutely amazing if it were a really solid game. Problem is, it's not. It focuses less on actual aiming and precision and more about, like, dodging around and locking onto opponents. And then using cards and level-up type things that kind of break the balance. And there was not a good PvE mode where me and my friends could just beat up on a bunch of the AI. You could if the AI are dumb as bricks and it got really boring. But yeah. Nikke, Goddess of Victory is wonderful. Am I? Yeah. Now that I think about it, I feel a little warm. Don't tell me I'm bleeding. An intense flash of light disoriented me, so I blink a few times. The blurry world rushes back into focus. Is that because her chest is in my face or something? He's probably talking about the news about localizers, explaining that they work very closely with Japanese companies now to get games censored at the source, specifically the Like a Dragon Yakuza games. I suddenly hear a faint moaning coming from between my arms. Between my arms? Now, every day I play Nikkei, I just look at FGO being like, man, I can't believe this game is still going. It is so inferior in so many ways, graphically. The finals game used AI voices for their characters? Which game? Having grasped the situation faster than me, Elizabeth's jade green eyes grew wide. But her eyes continue to dazzle, reflecting Dai Otaku's face as she stares blankly. Oh, good morning? Admitting they're trying to sabotage games? I mean, it's more like Western localizers are convincing the Japanese that your game will succeed globally if you make these changes. We will look at your game, your scripts, and everything, and determine ahead of time whether any of the stuff you're planning to put in that game is going to offend us in our culture. Does this look too much like a Nazi uniform? Is this skirt too short? Is this too much cleavage? And they said initially Japan wouldn't budge on a lot of these concerns, but they're becoming more receptive to it, which is sad. And so there was a Japan Times article that came out with interviews explaining just that, and that's probably what Hirohei is reacting to. Censored Gaming also made a video on it. A huge rat. Which is why I was saying earlier, it was such a pleasure, a delight to hear that the guys who made, you know, Gurren Lagann did not give a shit about what the West thought. They weren't trying to make the show global. They're glad it's global, but they didn't make it to be global, and that's exactly how it should be. Yes, Ezra, I agree. How to do that is the tricky part, but we're having the conversation, and that's important. You see the video where someone used AI to redub Dragon Maid? Yeah, and I even talked to the person. They said that it wasn't a text-to-speech AI, but it was their own performance, and I was just like, well, the concept is great. I just don't think the person who made that video is qualified to be a talented voice actor, basically. So their delivery made it sound awkward as hell, but the idea that we can make an AI say whatever the hell we want in their voices is pretty impressive. Now, are you telling me they really used AI voices for Naruto X Boruto Storm? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. You'll have to show me. I don't believe you. People would have been talking about that like crazy by now if that were true. She's half asleep. Fully fast asleep. Or half asleep, sorry. When she hears about this later, I bet she'll smash her head against the wall in embarrassment. No, it's that specific line that everyone's talking about, the patriarchal societal norms, or whatever the fuck the line was, that Jamie Markey was giving everybody crap for writing. And, well, she wrote it. Everyone's giving her crap for having written it. And she, well, somebody made voice profiles for her and her co-stars' voices and then redubbed it themselves to show that you could easily rewrite that scene without the patriarchy line and have a decent dub. Deepfake porn on the rise. That I find funny. Like, I just don't understand. It's like you're not actually watching that person. You're watching that person's face glued onto another person. Why don't you just watch the original porn star then? Sarah Wiedenheft, or Wiedenheft, what is that, Toru's voice? It sounds a bit extreme. They just did it for like one short little clip. It's nothing huge. They're just showing the concept, where it's like saying, hey, if you write stupid dub scripts, we can show you a proof of concept of why it doesn't have to be so dumb. Unfortunately, the voice acting wasn't very good in that AI, which is probably the worst part about it. Because if it were spot on, then it would be a, ha, gotcha moment for sure. Well, I know, why would you care to see a celeb's face on someone else's body if it's not that celeb's body? I just don't get that. Presumably, the person who owns that body legitimately also has a pretty face, if you also are watching them to, you know, fap to. What? Wait, what?
そなたはとんだ節操なしだな。世は恋に理解あるもの。決して怒らぬ。怒らぬが、いい加減、すねるからな。さすが一級フラグ検知。
Yes, voice cloning, deep faking, all of that has gotten so good that we could very well see people trying to frame each other in the future, or people getting canceled over things they didn't even do.
皆さん、その仕方がないので頭を叩いてみたらどうでしょう。
In the case of the prawn, though, I just don't understand it. Southeast Asian English language dubs, a lot of them are horrible. A lot of them just are terribly acted. But otherwise they seem alright. I think they get the names wrong and other things. Best if I keep this up and draw things out. The moment I had that idea, Elizabeth's blank eyes fiercely open wide. Just get her SG now. Elizabeth, apparently having to cave to her senses, or came to her senses, flails at me. I hurry off of her so I don't get kicked. She stood up, face beet red, and went straight to tidying up her hair and skirt, while stealing occasional glances at me. Did the writer strikes actually do anything? Not really. Instead, they created a new policy where it's like, we'll pay you if we use your AI voice in our productions, which sounds kind of like what they were gonna do anyway. It's amazing how good the quality of a voice acting job can be done based on the director. Like, the director makes these things half the quality that they are. Final Fantasy Type 0 is one of the worst localized, one of the worst voice acted things I've ever heard. It makes Christina V sound like an absolute complete dunce, when we know damn well she's capable of so much better. All because the directing was so poor. Elizabeth declares her victory. However, as if refuting that claim, my hand throbs even more. I know what your secret is! And this squirrely is going to show her just how sure about it she is. That is a tongue twister. And this squirrely is going to show her just how sure about it she is. God, what kind of a line is that? I get the impression that she's easy. She falls head over heels in a flash. She's unmistakably a damsel. I think she's got a Cinderella complex, yeah. I'm gonna do that just to be safe. Gamers got revenge on Anita Sarkeesian with a deepfake. Why would anyone want to watch that? I think I recall having seen a secret like this on the first floor, but since there's no way it can be exactly the same. Cinderella, how's that?
違うから誇らしげに言い切らないの。そんな霊障ユリウスにでもあげておきなさい。あながち間違いでもないと思いますが、しかし今知りたいのはエリザベートの SG です。
Lovestruck, is that it then? Fine, it's Lovestruck. She's forever a maiden, prone to being love-struck. Yes, damsel is a word for woman, but it's most associated with, like, a frail woman, a delicate woman, a traditional woman, as it were. Her dreams are mellifluous. Never used that word in my life. She has loves to fall in love syndrome. O possessor of whipped cream-filled thoughts and a tantrum-inducing mind. Thy name is Lovestruck.
さすが当事者。そのまま一気に決めちゃって。
Wait, if it's bad, you want me to watch it to see how bad it is?
SG 転送。シールド開きます。
So those walls broke, but what's on each side? I hear sounds of the floor being opened up. After revealing a secret that certainly fits how she looks, Elizabeth's ego begins cracking and crumbling. I'm gonna say it, I hate how Nasu puts words on top of words.
アイドルの暴露話が。
It never clarifies anything, it just makes it more confusing. Just say what you mean to say, buddy. With an expression of ecstasy, she bares her fangs. Perhaps this expression is a lingering vestige of the secret that was drawn out of her.
でも、そうだったのね。これが私の本心。恋なんて物語に。
What do you think of the gamers did that?
私はずっと。
I think it's fairly petty. To an extent, I feel like it's probably pretty harmless, but there are probably better ways of explaining one's critiques with her.
そう、拷問が唯一の慰みなら、恋こそ我が唯一の夢。恋を思うたび、私は一層美しくなる。
Well, I know it's important for video games, because at least what I've heard from Leah Sargent back in the day when she was voicing for Xenosaga, was that you get a hell of a lot less context to the lines you're reading in for video games and the pace at which they do things. That it's no surprise that the voice acting is oftentimes kind of worse than the anime equivalent.
私はどうかしているのね。でも。
Which makes sense. I couldn't imagine getting your lines, like, so perfectly when you don't necessarily have, like, the ability to just rewind and watch a specific moment again and again and again, and then lip flap everything perfectly or whatever.
私は狂っているの。醜いあなたにとっておきの栄誉をあげる。あなたの魂を予約したわ。 究極の美に達した私を。
This is a really gross idea, but I don't know what would happen if you tried to, like, whip up semen in the first place. Would it build? Would it fill with air and get all floofy? Could you have a semen meringue? Probably not. Maybe if you mix it with flour. Well, they still find a way to do it. It's nice hearing the perspective of voice actor and how much little support they get comparatively. If anything, it's a testament to the actors at that point. Finish your exploration and return via the checkpoint. Ronnie's voice suddenly brings me back to my senses. Whatever. Made and disintegrated. Only thing I have to do is find a checkpoint. Let's quietly. Well, who's that YouTuber? He always talks about all the really gross stories. Justin Wang? Is that him? Is that him? I think it is. It's nothing that I haven't heard on his channel about, like, some dude saving his splooge. See, they always tell us we have to head back. Do I really have to go back into the dungeon just to get some of that? What a pain in the ass. I did not hear anything about that guy now, Dawson. Yeah, I think I've heard about that too. Game telling me what to do all the time. Hey! Melt is interrupting the party! That's strange. I activated the checkpoint. Now to make our way back to the school. I sense danger. She tried to poke us with her kneecaps. They're sharp. I probably have, Dawson. I'm not impressed by your surprise attack, but that blow is excellent. Very well, give us your name. Oh, she's talking. Tiger Knee! Because she sure looks like even more skimpy right there. You know damn well they chose that camera on purpose. Look at that! They know exactly what they're doing. I mean, we're used to seeing her portrait, but this is a whole nother level. How does her bottom outfit work? Tape. That's my guess. Tape. No, she never had a leotard. Without Saber, I'm certain I would have been skewered. Still, I know the deal with how Passion Lip looked, but this girl really does have the same face as Sakura, too. You truly understand my Praetor? Maybe it plugs in. That's a good idea, too, but that just means she's got impressive Kegels. The Band-Aid swimsuit joke? Yeah. I agree, Dawson. I've never felt intimidated like this before. Meltryllis gives off a different aura than Passion Lip. I thought I chose to have Meltryllis, but whatever. In her words, the hostility was clear. The kindness was wholesome. The bloodlust was pure. It was a rich, almost melting confession of love. She didn't come here on BB's orders, which I guess means she came here solely of her own will. And also, she came only to acquaint herself with Dai-otaku. This is so weird. She's the only one with voice acting. Oh yeah, they're definitely improving the battle system, Kermit. That's what it looked like anyway.
BB の役割は終わったわ。あの女は今までのようにあなたを最優先事項にはできなくなる。ことによっては BB はあなたさえ消しにかかるでしょう。でも私がいる。BB からあなたを守るわ。だから。
Do you know why this digital world is shaped the way it is? What do you mean by that?
私に全てを捧げる気はある？どうせ結果は同じになるけど。
We're in the sea of imaginary numbers and dungeons created by BB based on the sentinels that she's recruited, so I guess that's something that reflects them but still fits the format of being an undersea dungeon. As to why it's Greek architecture, I'm not entirely sure. I don't know if that has anything to do with Elizabeth.
聞かせなさい。あなたの返答以下によって今後の処遇を考えてあげるから。
The point of her question is unclear, but I get that Meltryllis is asking me if I'll obey her or not. I'm so conditioned into Meltryllis by now. Shit, do we obey her or not? What do you guys think? Should we obey her or not? Something tells me we could get a game over by obeying her. Or she'll just kill us if we say no. So it could either be one. She might kill us either way. Dude, I love Witch on the Holy Night. I mean, I made a lore video of it. Okay, so that's one vote for obey. We got another vote for no. So we're tied. We got a second for no. Maybe a tiebreaker? Bunch of square root of -1, yes. Okay, so we got people saying yes, and now we're tied again. We got 3. We need a tiebreaker. We got 2 people saying 3, we got 2 people saying yes, we got 2 people saying no. Okay, we got another yes. I'm gonna try yes. You're going in my princess collection? Oh, she can offer a lot. Solo leveling? No, I haven't been watching that at all. It looks like another isekai type thing, and I don't really like those. Don't burst my servant like pomegranate. Was it not a real multiple choice? I don't know, man. It just looks like she shamed me a bit. All I have to do is survive, so I'll heal in between and then do that. See what happens. Okay, so she's gonna... Oh, look at that. She hit me once. Not bad, I'll heal that up, and I think I'll survive. I think it said I only had to survive the one turn. Of course, you can't win. Although Meltryllis overwhelms her, Saber recovers her stance. Meltryllis is always a weird way of saying her name anyway. Something strange. Meltryllis isn't wounded anywhere. Or be attacked by Fujino? No, redo of healer has its points, its merits. Sure, Meltryllis wins in terms of strength, but the difference should be that this shouldn't be this overwhelming. Could it be? Does Meltryllis also have that skill BB has?
そうよ。私は無敵。私は不滅。私は鉄壁。ムーンセルにおいて私を傷つけられるものはなくなったわ。なのにまだ私に逆らうのね。その目隠しても隠せないわ。ねえ、なぜ抵抗するの？
I don't think that's tape. It's like almost like a little piece of armor. If there's tape, it's on the underside. Meltryllis, she will protect Dai-Otaku from BB. And that she'll make me even, yeah. Maybe she just, like, ties her pubes to the armor, and that's how it stays put. Like, micro stitching her pubes to the... I don't know. I don't know what the real motive is behind her words, or even what kind of method she's thinking about employing. However, supposing it really is paradise, I can no longer agree to such a thing. The reason being... What a joke. Did you think you could tempt my praetor, who I confide in with such cajolery? Anyway, your offer is far too low. You call it a paradise, but that school building is sorely lacking. It's below that of a villa. It's not up to par with the Colosseum, which commemorates my achievements and countless spectators who praise me, or a public bath. As a territory, it should be at least as good as Serica. Once it is the value of the Nile headwaters in its far south and a horizon where the sun sets in the east, then we can negotiate. Saber's right. No matter how sweet her deal is, I can't find any solace in a temporary moratorium. Even less so if it means abandoning the people who live on Earth.
いい答えね。その返答を待っていたわ。だって
This is so weird she's the only one voice acted.
私自分でもどうかと思う
Sadistic constitution.
体なの。
Are you just giving me one of your SGs away? I mean, it makes sense if the other one's masochistic that you're sadistic.
あら
Are you that dumb? In that instant, Meltlith exposed her own affection, her own twisted bloodlust. Top cake? I don't know, man. I guess Nero. Nero's got one of the best because she actually shows it in a creative way. And Mordred, because those hot pants often expose her plumber's crack. My left hand aches so intensely that it makes me shiver. The 5 meditations is reacting to her words.
私の担当はもう少し先なんだけど。あなた、せっかちなのね。まあいいわ。
I'll take an advance on your SG.
近づきの印に持っていきな。
She doesn't even mind. Hell yeah. She just gives it to me. Wait, when does Meltryllis have an English voice actress?
素敵、刺激的だわ。まるで小鳥の羽を引きちぎるよ。蹂躙は一方的であるほど胸に迫るわ。
Your secret was divulged, yet you aren't embarrassed about it? I can tell you're quite confident in yourself.
本当にうるさい外野ね。やっぱり殺さないとダメかしら。
Take a wild guess. No, I don't know. I mean,
私はリップとは違う。
was she even in Fate Grand Carnival?
やると決めたのなら。
That's where it would be.
確実に終わらせる。
Meltryllis charges further power into her 2 legs. She's reproducing that explosive power she displayed when she assaulted us. This is bad. If she attacks us with such force, we won't be able to defend against it again. Ronnie, hurry, extract them! They won't make it to the checkpoint in time. The alter ego's force field is increasing the difficulty of performing an extraction. What? Forced extraction is not currently feasible. I'll allocate the student council's room's entire processing capability and reevaluate. Ready? 60 seconds until teleport.
60秒もいらないわ。 瞬きのうちに終わらせましょう。メルトの蜜はサーバントすら溶かしきる。
Oh my. Your nectar, huh?
一撃で殺した。
Where does that nectar come from, mind you? Meltryllis' body dips slightly. She looks like a figure skater ready to start off with a dash. Saber readies her weapon and takes a position to counterattack. But so long as Meltryllis nullifies attacks, we have no chance of winning. What does she mean by kill in one blow, anyway? Is that a metaphor, or...? I'm right behind you. Take a wee step back, little lady. Is that Robin Hood now? Trying to put you in your place for being out of the dungeon? The hall gets dyed in a sinister color. We were just talking about her nectar. I would imagine it would drip down. A lethal weapon is loosed towards Meltryllis. The instant she cuts it down with her legs, a sort of fog engulfs the hall. How thoughtful of our reinforcement. Time to withdraw, Praetor. The tide of this battle is shifted to allow our escape. Saber's right. With the help of the fog, we do our best to distance ourselves from Meltryllis. We'll make our escape back to school if this buys 60 seconds. But she sees through the fog. Ugh! Meltryllis' silhouette dances within the thick fog. She's not searching for signs of us, but rather someone who created the situation. She transforms herself into an arrow so she can bring her prey down. She has no hesitation. She has no mercy. Her methods are definitely different from Passion Lips. Verification complete. Chance of teleportation failure, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, a lot. Executing forced extraction. Wonder who that was. I'm assuming it was Robin Hood. I open my eyes and see the grounds. We got away from Meltryllis in one piece. Got something to explain to me? How I like your top 3? They're not bad. Senpai, are you hurt anywhere? Sakura dashes up to me. To her, knowing one of her copies has gone rogue must make her feel twice as guilty. To me, girls with her face have been trying to kill me left and right. It's hard to relax around her. Did I see your last one, Ezra? Bottom like hers before? Well, yeah, but I don't know anything about that one, so... I don't think it would stay in place with just that, realistically, of course, but... I know Sakura and Meltryllis are different people, but I just can't help it. Humans rely on visual information, so this kind of thing happens. Alright, chill out for a second, Sakura. It'll be faster if you look her over rather than have us do a scan. So, do dai-chan or Saber have any odd injuries? That alter ego. Meltryllis dropped some strange phrases. It sounds like she has some ability that does more than mere damage, so take a look. Oh yes, I understand. Measuring vitals now. Great. Nothing's wrong with either of you. But there's evidently some mental fatigue. I think you ought to go get some rest. Have you ever had a bad toothache? Yes. I think so. But not one that was caused by, like, a tooth that needed extraction, necessarily. Maybe just I slept on it wrong or something. I don't know. It's kind of weird. When your sinuses get all inflamed, it can affect your teeth, too. Like, they can feel in pain. My nerves certainly have been hounded. Saber is probably tired as well. So let's go ahead to my room and get some rest.
Okay.
I'll analyze Meltryllis while you're doing that. You'll probably fight her again at some point. Ronnie, you got the data? In addition to her SG, I finished extracting a matrix from her combat style. However, I cannot analyze her invincibility. I hope we can gather more information in the future. Hear that? Do your best, dai-chan. Now then, I guess all that's left to do is increase the jamming. The jamming? So that Meltryllis can't discover where Senpai is? Yes, I've already allocated 4% of the student council room's output towards it. It was Miss Tosaka's idea. Yep, to make it harder for BB or an ego to ambush dai-chan, we're hiding her location. But it looks like it'll be tough to keep an alter ego out with this level of jamming. We'll kick it up a notch. So that's how it went down. Meltryllis was aggressive in seeking out my life. Rin said the jamming wasn't effective, but If she hadn't taken the trouble to do this for me, I may have been killed long ago. Will there ever be a Smash or Pass Part 3 video? At this point, I think the waifu files are doing much more successfully than that. I see. I was wondering why I couldn't locate Senpai in the school building. Of course, so you two were behind it. It's a little late for it, but I give them my thanks. Those two are always out of sight, but still helping me. It's nothing, really. It's a pretty boring secret tool, so I was actually hoping you wouldn't notice. In my opinion, that's not the case. It wasn't something I would have thought of. Your concern for others is meticulous, Miss Tosaka. This is common sense when you've been in guerrilla warfare as long as I have. It's crucial to scramble the enemy's navigation, seriously. Anyway, how about you head back to my room? How about you head back to my room? That's such a weird thing to say. As annoying as it is, someone's got their eyes on you. So get plenty of rest. She's completely taken the backseat here, but what about Elizabeth? That girl isn't much of a threat. We'll be okay just dealing with her as she pops up. I completely agree. Achoo! I think I heard a faint sneeze from somewhere. In any case, let's call it for today. Okay, I'm going to wrap up my stream right now. It's gone on a little bit longer than I would have liked. 4.5 hours for you guys. I'm not entirely sure when I'll stream next, but I'll take a look. How are those shorts of the waifu files doing? They're doing better than the actual videos, at least, so that's not bad. Yeah, they're doing okay. I think they'll help. I don't really have an answer for you right now, Dawson. Maybe next time. Sorry. Thank you for tuning in. If you enjoyed this video, definitely subscribe for more OtakuDaiKun. And until next time, celebrate your fandom.